Bro, tell me it doesn't feel good to be fucking right. Tell me that it does not feel good to be fucking right. Did I not call this? Did I not say that this was going to be the reaction of everybody out there if something major was to happen to one of their major heroes? If something was to happen to their guy? Did I not call this shit? Come on, bro. First off, I want to say I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I apologize to you guys for the past few days. Work has been crazy. It has kept me super, super busy. And then other guys have had some issues too, so I apologize for that. But I did say that we would be here tonight. And I did say that we would be talking about all of these things going on with DC, and really not I mean, we're going to talk about the DC stuff. I mean, because most of us, everybody kind of knows what's going on. I mean, if you unless you're in this space and you live under a rock, then you don't know what's going on. But we all pretty much know what is going on with DC. But I want to talk about tonight. I want to talk about the DC fans, and these are the same people, the same crowd of people that were telling the Marvel fans, that's T'Challa fans, to shut up, to stop gatekeeping, to stop being fanboys. I'm not going to waste time. We're going to jump right into it tonight. I'm not wasting time. To stop gatekeeping. To, what's some other things that they've said? Stop being a fanboy. Get over it. They're not going to recast. TJ is your recast. Shut up and be quiet. We've heard it all. We've been called everything. But as I've said so many times, it's no fun when it's your character. It's no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. It's not fun. And you know what? It's not even, and I don't want to sit here and make it seem like I'm not a Superman fan, because I am a Superman fan. I am a, and as for those of you that are here, for those of you that have been subscribed to this channel, you know I am a Henry Cavill Superman fan. You guys know, even when DC was in the shitter, all the stuff before David Zaslav had gotten there and everything before then, I had said I am a Henry Cavill fan. I love Henry Cavill as Superman. That's, like I said, the receipts are on our channel. You can go back and watch those videos. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm not a Henry Cavill Superman fan. I am. But if you go back and look at our most recent DC video where we were talking about the whole reboot and everything, I also said this might shock some of my subscribers that have been here, but I'm okay with the reboot because DC needs a reboot. With the current state of DC, they need the reboot. You might disagree. Your mileage may vary. That's okay. We can agree to disagree. But in my opinion, they need a reboot. And with them needing that reboot, I also said, this might surprise some of my subscribers, but I want Henry as Superman, but I don't have to have him as Kal-El. I can have somebody else as Superman. Why? Why? Because the character of Superman is going to live on. Because these franchise characters, these fantasy characters, are bigger than the actor. They are bigger than whatever else the studio may have going on. Bigger than your agenda. So as long as Superman got to continue, yes, I don't want to sit here and make it sound like, oh, well, Darius, you don't care who plays Superman? Yes, I already have my personal fan cast. Yes, I have someone I do care who plays Superman. But the thing here is, Superman is getting to live on. So, we all know what's been going on, again, unless you've lived under a rock. With Superman getting to live on, what have we seen? We've seen, since the announcement of the reboot, has hashtag Fire James Gunn not been trending? Hashtag Fire James Gunn has been trending since the announcement of the reboot. Because fans were like, oh, you're ruining the franchise. Or, oh, you're this. Or, oh, you're that. Oh, but now let's fast forward to just, 2 days ago? When they announced that Henry Cavill was not going to be Superman anymore. Fans were telling James Gunn, you're killing a franchise. How dare you come in here and take away Henry Cavill? He is Superman. Superman is never going to be the same. This and this and that. Actually, as a matter of fact, I wanted to go ahead and pull those receipts up. We can go ahead and pull some of those things up as some of the things that have been said to James Gunn about the franchise. But before I even get to the things that they've even said, because I'm gonna round it back. I'm gonna pull it all. I'm gonna make this all circle back. But before I even get to the things that they were saying to James Gunn, this is the same crowd of people that were telling the Recast crowd to be quiet. When we were screaming at Ryan Coogler and Nate Moore, and when we still scream at Ryan Coogler and Nate Moore, because as I've said over here at Planet Fanatixs, that's why we're doing this stream, it doesn't stop until T'Challa's back on the screen. That's me personally. Your mileage may vary. But me personally, it does not stop until T'Challa's back on the screen. But these were the same people that were telling us, be quiet when we're yelling at Nate Moore and Ryan Coogler saying, you're ruining a franchise. You're ruining a franchise that people have been waiting 50 plus years for. You're ruining a franchise of Marvel's first, not just Marvel's first, but the first black superhero to grace media. You're ruining a franchise by taking the franchise's main character off of the screen. Now let's fast forward to DC's decision with Henry Cavill. What did these fans say, the DC fans? You're ruining a franchise. But again, this is the same crowd that told us to shut up. As I've said so many times, I have the receipts. You can go back and look at our Recast playlist. It's not gonna... I've also said, I never wanted anything to happen to anybody. But I said, I want something to happen. I did say this. I want something to happen to one of y'all's major characters. So we can see how you react when the studio makes a decision that you don't agree with. Are you just... Because we were also told that as T'Challa fans. Shut up. You don't know better than the studio. You're not the business. They understand this business. They're the studio. Trust the studio and let them make the decision. Let's put the shoe on the other damn foot. Trust the studio, DC fans. Trust them and let them make the decision. It's no fun, like I said, when your character's in the fire. It's no fun. But see, the thing about that is, you still get your character. Y'all over here bitching and complaining, and see, this is where I'm gonna flip the script for real. Y'all sitting over here bitching and complaining and calling us, saying that we're bitching and complaining. But y'all sitting over here bitching and complaining, and you still get Superman. You still get him. We don't get T'Challa. That's where our frustration comes from. That's where the hashtag comes from. That's where the relentlessness comes from. Because you still got your character. Your character just gets to live on. You just don't, it's just not living on in the way that you want him. And no, because I can hear it already. Well, you got TJ. It's just going in the way that you don't want it. That's not T'Challa. That's not a recast. That's a new character. So I don't want to hear that your Superman is the same Superman, just not the Superman you want him to be. You still get him. We don't get T'Challa. So there is a difference. There is a difference. So y'all sitting here calling us this and saying that the Recast fans are that, and we need to take the hashtag down, and you're so exhausted of seeing it, but yet you find yourself in those spaces. That's so weird to me. But look at what y'all are doing to James Gunn. Hashtag Fire James Gunn has been trending for 2 damn weeks. Because y'all don't like the way that the franchise is going. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, maybe, just maybe, everybody should have a bit of sympathy on the Recast crowd. Everybody should start trying to understand the plight of the Recast crowd. Instead of coming in hot, instead of coming in on that bullshit, start coming in trying to understand, oh, maybe now I can see why they're upset. Maybe now I can see where they're screaming Recast T'Challa. Because get this, For everybody watching, maybe you know, maybe you don't. Double Tar, I appreciate that super chat, my brother. I appreciate you. Maybe you know, maybe you've seen it, I don't know. The same crowd that was saying that our petition was pathetic, a waste of time, selfish, we don't know the family, X, Y, and Z. You've heard it all just like me. I just rhymed. I liked that. Wasn't trying. Poet didn't know it. But they got a petition. Hashtag get David Zaz or whatever. Hashtag recast Henry Cavill. The title of the article was get David Zaz, or the title of the petition is get David Zaslav to recast Henry Cavill. What? This is the same crowd that called our petition pathetic. The same crowd that was looking in E-Man's face and everybody else's face and saying that it was a waste of time and it's pathetic. And it means nothing and it's selfish and X, Y, and Z. But you went and you modeled your entire campaign, your new campaign. You went and modeled that whole thing off of the recast crowd. The crowd you were telling to shut up. The crowd you were so exhausted with. The crowd that you couldn't see our plight. You modeled your new campaign, hashtag recast Henry Cavill, off of our campaign. So I really think that the whole anti-recast thing, that's gotta stop. I really think that the entire argument you've been standing on is completely shattered because of the way you guys have acted because of Henry Cavill. So anytime that you guys come into these spaces from now on, it's simply hypocritical. It's a double standard. Because there's no way you can look at the recast T'Challa crowd and then look at that recast Henry Cavill crowd and not see the similarities and not see what we've been saying. It's about the franchise's main character. That's what it's about. But again, as I said, you still got your character. You still have your character. We don't. But I wanted to, we're just getting started, bro. That's just the beginning. I want to dive into some of the things that are being said here on Twitter from that crowd telling James Gunn whatever. But I'm going to answer some of these first because again, I appreciate everybody being here. Let's give our everybody I see. Chillmonger, appreciate you being here. Kenny, saw you in the chat first. D Stizzle, appreciate you guys being here. Grim, appreciate you being here. King of Hearts, appreciate it. Ant-Man 1991, appreciate it. The Bruto, we appreciate you being here. Julian, appreciate it. Gray, got you, bro. Usai, got you, appreciate you being here. Raymond 2000, Zang Beto, appreciate it. Profess the Film Fan, Andre Ware, appreciate you guys. Double Tar, DR, appreciate the super chat, bro. Appreciate you being here. And then we got another super chat from Tabruta that says, if they do Young Clark, then it's a reboot/recast. If they give them Val-Zod, then it's more like the T'Challa issue. If they make Kara-Zod L Superman, then it's exactly like Recast. Yeah, I agree. I really do. I mean, they've got to. It's what regardless of how it is, they have their character gets to go on. You know, you got the outside crowd because there's nobody that I've seen within the recast crowd saying, oh well, TJ, I'm accepting TJ or whatever. At least I have not seen that. At least nobody within my community has said that at least. But you've got the outside crowd saying, well, TJ is your recast. Actually, what's that? I'm going to get to that tweet. I'm going to bring it back to that, the Bruta, but I'm going to get to that tweet because there is that tweet that was going around of the you know what tweet it is. I'm going to get to that tweet though about the recast stuff and TJ and Shuri. So I'll get to that. Ruben, appreciate you being here. C Jeezy, Elliot, appreciate it. Pookie Wood, appreciate it. DJ F and Nice, appreciate it. B Smith, appreciate it. Nico Bean, appreciate it. Havoc Unbound, appreciate all you guys being here. I think I missed somebody. Zen Man, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. Dre and Jay, appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna go right into the tweets here that they were saying. Actually, let's go to that one. Let me find that tweet. And I think everybody should know exactly, as soon as I see it, everybody's going to know exactly what I'm talking about. Bear with me one moment. Let me find that. Dre the Mac, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you being here for sure. Said, yeah, bro, James Gunn just proved that the character is greater than the actor. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, DR, appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody. Official EMG said the people crying over Henry and the rest of those actors must have wanted more flops from DC. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly been entertaining for me these past few days. It really has. I mean, that's why I haven't really said much. I've tried not to really say anything in the in our Discord or even on Twitter. Really, I've just been watching. I've been looking at everything that this crowd has been saying, and it's funny because it's the exact same people. It's the exact same crowd that has been telling us, stop, shut up, be quiet. This is the tweet. Here it is. Be quiet, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, bro, so this is that tweet. I wish we knew who tweeted this. I even tried, you know how you can go on Twitter and tweet the tweet itself and in the search, and it can pull up the tweet. I tried to find this, but it's from that. It's Nico Bean. I know you're in the chat, bro. This is the one that Nico Bean had tagged me in when I initially saw it, and it's the one that said, "Here's your T'Challa. It was obvious they weren't going to let a woman have her moment to shine without being shoved in our faces that another man will be BP." And on that one I didn't quote tweet it. I didn't reply anything on that one because that one was wild to me too. It's been a wild week as far as some of the things I've seen on Twitter. I'm trying to find, and the thing is, I'm trying to figure out the moment that, and this is just me. Maybe we watched a different film. I'm trying to see the moment that Shuri had her moment to shine within the MCU in Wakanda Forever. What was her moment of shine? Because correct me if I'm wrong. We didn't see the Black Panther until what? The last 20 minutes of the film? Did they even care about moments to shine? Because they were too busy trying to figure out how to honor Chadwick? We got Dre and Jay that said, love Cavill and will miss him as Soups. I don't understand the gun hate. He's just trying to build his own universe. The blame should be on the execs before who wasted Cavill's Superman for years. Exactly. I completely agree. And that's the thing. I don't understand the gun hate either. It's because as we've all said, as I'm sure everybody has said on Twitter, everybody has said that has seen this topic, you still get Superman. It may not be the Superman you want, but you still get Superman. And I completely agree. We went 10 years, a decade without seeing Cavill's Superman. And anytime we did see Cavill's Superman, air quotes around that, it was neck down, or the silhouette in Peacemaker, neck down in Shazam. And then I don't know if I completely believe that the studio told him to announce that he was back as Superman. I think that was more of that strong that maneuvering that we've talked about before with The Rock, but then announced that he was back, had him in the post credit scene for Black Adam, and completely wasted him. Completely wasted their entire DC universe, extended universe that they were trying to build. That's why the general audience's perception, as I've said this before, looks at Marvel as here and DC as here when it comes to movies. when it comes to film. DC is just subpar. And it's sad. But like I said, we do get Superman. They get Superman. We get Superman. I'm not going to say they. I am a Superman fan. We get Superman. So yeah, bro, it's just like, but some of those, I'm gonna do it on my screen. Some of these tweets here. So this was what James Gunn, obviously everybody knows what James Gunn said, but he said, Peter and I have a DC slate ready to go, and which we couldn't be more over the moon about. We'll be able to share some exciting information about our first projects at the beginning of a new year. Among those of the slate is Superman in the initial stages. Our story will begin focusing on an early part of Superman's life, so the character will not be played by Henry Cavill. But we just had a great meeting with Henry, and we're big fans, and we talked about a number of exciting possibilities to work together in the future. So this is where the tweets came in. And here we go. This is one that said, if you don't know how to write about DC superheroes, then let someone take over and stop messing around with the fans. Thanks a lot. Besides, Henry is the best Superman in DC Universe of all time. Again, that part where he just said, let someone take over and stop messing around with the fans. Now, does that not sound like the same words that we've said before on the recast side? The exact same words that we've said over here on the recast side. Let someone else take over. Ryan, Nate, we've said that. If Ryan can't separate his feelings, if Nate can't step up his game and do his job, because as I've said, the contradictory that he said, he contradicted himself. When Lupita did, you guys saw that clip video I did where Lupita said that she looked at Nate, she looked at Lupita, she looked at Ryan and said, oh, this is him, blah, 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 this is T'Challa. When just in October, Nate Moore said, I can't look at the next young actor that's not Chadwick and say, you're T'Challa. But did that. If he can't step up and do his job and look at the next grown man and willing actor like Yolande Noel, who has said they just need to reach out to my agent, or any of the other names that we've said, Aldous Hodges, because we got to see him as Hawkman. Everybody said, and I've agreed, he was an amazing Hawkman. He gave major T'Challa vibes and definitely in moments. We've said we would love to see him take on the mantle, take on the role. Who was the other one? We've said Damson Idris. We've said so many different names that we could have come over. If he can't step up his game as VP and do his job, then we've also said, let someone else take over. And here again, this is a DC fan, somebody that from the same crowd that has said to us, be quiet, saying the exact same things because they don't get Henry, not because their character is being killed in a film morbidly. So these are the exact same things that we've all been saying. Let me see. Find another one. Here we go. I mean, you don't have to go far. It's all hate. James, you will get lots of hate for this, and you do not deserve it. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. This is a positive one. I'll go ahead and keep reading that one, though, because I agree. He doesn't deserve it. Know that you made the right call. You know what DC needs, not the fans. Don't feel ashamed for whatever people tell you. Talking with Henry and giving him opportunities was great. Keep it this way. And that kind of goes back to what Dre and Jay were saying. When they just said, back at the top there, they were saying, blaming him, you should be upset with the execs. And they also said that James Gunn has his own vision for what he wants to do with DC. And that's exactly right. Like this person is saying. He knows what he wants to do with his new DC. What he wants to do with the new DC universe moving forward. They have their 10-year plan. We know that him, Peter Safran, and a couple of other creatives went off to Aspen and had a whole creative, weekend or week to talk about the future. They laid it out to David Zaslav. They talked and things about that. So he knows what he wants. And then we've got one that said, let's see. They tagged a picture of Henry Cavill's post on Instagram and said, "This is your definition of a great meeting. He is the best Superman after Christopher Reeves. Hand whoever actually appreciated Henry back to the regime." And on that one, again, he gets to make the comparison here. They get to make the comparison when he said he's the best Superman after Christopher Reeves. What's our comparison? Who do we get to look at and say, as I've said before, well, there's T'Challa. Well, there's Chadwick. And then there's, as we get to do with Heath Ledger or Joaquin Phoenix. Because before Joaquin Phoenix, you couldn't convince me, outside of Mark Hamill's animation, that there was anybody better as the Joker. I always had him right here. Yes, I love Jack Nicholson's Joker, but I always had Heath right here. And then Joaquin Phoenix came along. And I still have Heath above Joaquin Phoenix, but Joaquin Phoenix is right there. I loved his Joker. How come I can't do that with T'Challa? Why doesn't this character get to be generational? Why doesn't this character get to live on like all the other characters? Why is it when we are screaming this, we're told to shut up, and we're told that we're gatekeeping and being fanboys and babies and this and this and that, and being attacked constantly on Twitter? But whenever they scream it, they're just wanting their franchise to be told the way that they want their franchise to be told. You're ruining the story. You don't know you don't know the lore. Again, these are the same things we've said. They're just being echoed. The entire hashtag Henry Cavill campaign is built off the back of hashtag Recast T'Challa. We're the blueprint. This hashtag is the blueprint. The one that you've tried to shun, the one that you've tried to shut up. Like I said, here we are. And it's the same things being echoed. Then we've got one that said, some people tagging Henry Cavill's post again, saying kind of the same things. Oh, a great meeting. And he's like, this doesn't look like a great meeting to me. And this one says, seriously, you promised us the best for the future of DC, and the first thing you announce is that you're getting rid of what was the best Superman we've had since Christopher Reeves. Again, another comparison. When you just announced his return. It's really a lack of respect for the fans and actors. Again, same things we've been saying. It's a lack of respect for the fans and actors. It's a lack of respect on Marvel's part, on Nate Moore's part, because if I'm Yolande Noel, if I'm Aldous Hodges, if I'm John David Washington, Damson Idris, or any of the others, I feel the exact way Chadwick didn't want black actors to feel. When Nate Moore says, I can't look at the next young actor that's not Chadwick Boseman and say you're T'Challa. But if Marvel and Nate Moore and Ryan Coogler and company actually gave a damn about honoring Chadwick Boseman, they would know that there is an interview out there. And maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. That there's an interview out there where Chadwick has said, and we all know this interview, because I've shared this interview and said, well, I didn't share this interview, I replied on Twitter to the clip of this interview and said, they don't like talking about this one. They're not ready to have the conversation. Because that's the interview where Chadwick says, the conversation of there can only be one. It's debilitating. It's frightening. It pins us against one another. When Nate Moore makes comments like that, if I'm Aldous Hodges or any of the others, I feel that exact way. What you're saying is, I can't come in, you can't look at me, another good actor, another great actor, another great black actor that can step in that role and be what what Letitia said Which that's why I said if you watched our live that day, or you watched the some of the clipped videos from that, I said in that live when we were watching that interview, Letitia's saying some of the same shit that we have all said on the Recast T'Challa side. She has a different destination than we have, but she's echoing and saying some of the same things. When she said it's important for the character to live on for young black boys and young black men. Yes, it is very important for the character to live on for young black boys and young black men. So when you've got some of the same things, like I said, lack of respect to fans. That's what he's saying there at the end. It really feels like a lack of respect to fans. That's how we feel. It feels like a lack of respect to the fans. That you are taking a character away that means so much. So much. But when they say it, it's different. And Double Tar said, Cavill is announcing a Warhammer 40k cinematic universe, becoming a direct competitor with Marvel and DC. Do you think it'll succeed? He's been crowned king of nerds. Everyone give a 99 super chat. Thank you, Double Tar. I appreciate that. I did see that. I did see that, and that is something that we are actually talking about on Monday. I want to talk about with the panel, but there are several interviews of. We all know that Henry Cavill is a huge Warhammer fan. There are several interviews. One of the first interviews I ever saw of him talking about Warhammer was when watching the Graham Norton show, and he was talking about it because Tom Holland was on there, and they were both, talking nerd stuff. But he was talking about Warhammer, and he was talking about how into it he is and things like that. I'm not. I don't know too much, if anything, about Warhammer at all. But I was listening to something about it earlier today, and it does sound. I don't want to play the tabletop game. I don't want to do all that. But the books and some of the lore videos on YouTube, that does sound super dope. Do I think that it can succeed? With Henry Cavill at the helm, with knowing how big of a Warhammer fan he is, he said he has been a fan since he was 10 years old. The man is 39. So he's been a fan since he was 10 years old. He said he's been painting and doing his Warhammer stuff since he was 10 years old. So if he's that big a fan, and I believe he is, I mean, even the interview where he said he was on set and he said he couldn't even, a chandelier looked like something. I don't know Warhammer, so I don't know the reference, but he said a chandelier looked like something from Warhammer. He said he couldn't even share that with anyone on set because they wouldn't get it. He's that big a fan to where he's just recognizing. So do I think it can succeed? I think it can under him. I do. If you have somebody that's a major fan, you have somebody that's at the helm like that, and then you have him being also in charge or have some say so in the type of writers that you bring in that know the lore, the problem he was having with The Witcher, that know the things that he wants written in and everything like that. I do think it can succeed. I do. And why? Because it's also something that is not superhero related. And in the age of kind of feeling the fatigue of superheroes, later by that time, what is the fatigue going to be by the time he gets the first whatever look of the movie series or whatever he wants it to be off the ground, the movie, because I'm sure that's what he wants it to be, cinematic. So if he gets obviously cinematic universe. So if he gets that first movie off the ground, how long is that going to be? What is the fatigue for superhero films going to look like by that time? So by that time, if he gets that thing up off the ground and it's exactly what he's wanted to be, us as fans are going to be looking for a breath of fresh air of something that's not superheroes. So I really think, I believe so. I mean, look at Avatar right now. I couldn't even go see Avatar tonight because it's sold out. We've heard nothing but good things. We know that it's on track right now to make $525 million in the first weekend. Not only is this highly anticipated from the first film, but the fatigue of nothing but superhero films being the only type of fantasy thing that we can go to the theaters and see, it's starting to be felt. I think Avatar is going to do amazing. So I think something like this, Warhammer, under Henry Cavill, yes, I believe it could do great. And then we got DR here with a 5 spot. I appreciate you, my brother. Saying, You think James let Zack in on some upcoming projects? Everyone's painting this false narrative that he hates Cavill and Zack. I don't think James. No, actually, I know James and Zack don't hate each other because, or James hates Zack, or vice versa, because we unless something has happened that I've not been aware of, they are friends. Um, James talked with Zack while doing Peacemaker on certain things, because bringing in some of his people, and that at the time being in, well, still, I guess still being in the Snyderverse, being built in the Snyderverse, he was talking with Zack about it, and we know that even during that whole when James Gunn or Zack Snyder rather tweeted that picture of the Thanksgiving it was around Thanksgiving. He tweeted the picture of his Thanksgiving, the turkey on his counter, but in the back he strategically placed the Crisis book in the back to where we could all see it. I think alluding to that's what he wanted to do if he was going to continue the Snyderverse. But while doing that, he was talking with James. Because James knows these characters too, and him and James are friends and things like that. So I don't think that they're there. I think that's a very false narrative. I don't think that he hates Henry Cavill. I don't think that he hates Zack. I remember when he got last week or earlier this week or whenever it was. I think it was last week when he got into the Twitter feud a little bit with Josh over at Dinner Nerds. And I don't know, I'm not saying whatever Josh heard was false or anything like that, because I'm a huge Den of Nerds fan, I'm a huge Josh fan. But I don't think that James hates Henry Cavill. I think that whatever is going on, it's all, or not whatever's going on, we know what's going on. That all starts with The Rock. The Rock's vanity project. The Rock not wanting to do certain things with Shazam, everything that's starting to come out. These are kind of things we've all known. Denying the cameo in Shazam because he wanted his film to be what he wanted it to be. The over marketing he did for his, I don't even want to call it over marketing. The explosive marketing he did for Black Adam to try to put himself in this hierarchy, because he kept saying the hierarchy of the DC universe is going to change. I think obviously he meant in the fantasy world, but he also wanted that to be within the actual studio, within his rankings in the studio, because we saw Dwayne doing shit that I was like, is he doing more at DC than just Black Adam? Does he have a higher position at DC? We were seeing him, like when he posted on his Instagram the post-credit scene from Super Pets the same day Super Pets came out, or when he took something out of the trailer. When Snyder fans were complaining about the Steppenwolf thing, he went in there and changed it. When he was getting online and saying some of the other outlandish and crazy things he was saying for DC, sounded like he was speaking for DC. When he kept saying in interviews, we have Henry Cavill back. That was the whole process. That was the whole point of us doing this, because it was to get Superman back, sounding like he was really in with DC. So I think that all starts with The Rock and some of the lying that's been going on. Which again we've seen about even the financials and what he said that the film was going to do, what in reality a lot of us were saying it was really going to do in X, Y, and Z. So I think it is a false narrative. They don't hate Cavill. Cavill was just put in an unfortunate position with The Rock. The Rock tried to do what he tried to do, undermining DC. I don't know if I'm not going to say Henry Cavill never met with the former regime or James Gunn or anybody. I really don't believe that David Zaslav and them told him to post that and then turned around and told him you're fired. I just don't. I think that was more of The Rock saying you're in, let's do this, because as you know, there is the track record of him in interviews saying constantly, that's why we're doing this. Superman is back. Henry Cavill, blah, blah, blah. So I think it all starts with The Rock, and I think it's been twisted and put on James Gunn to make it seem like, well, as far as the Black Adam stuff goes, I'm not putting the whole DC stuff on The Rock. I'm putting the Black Adam stuff, not everything. But I think everybody's putting some shit on James Gunn where it's not James Gunn. He doesn't hate Henry Cavill. I think that was like you said, a false narrative. Let's see. We got Dre the Max said, creative on Superman Returns was not great, but wasn't horrible either. And then D Stizzle said, I think Geralt's is best character since Superman, and Netflix dropped the ball big time. Let's see. And then I'll see some of these other ones here. If you guys didn't see the petition, yeah, the petition is at change.org, and I'll read you what the petition says. The petition actually, I'll put this on this side too, so you guys can see this. This is the petition for to keep Cavill. Eject Gunn. Don't make Netflix mistake. And it reads on here. Let me go back. It says, they say the age of movie stars is dead. Tom Cruise proved that to be false with Top Gun. Maverick. Movie stars can process star power. You now have Gunn. Excuse me. You now have Gunn of your own. Excuse me again. But yours is shooting you in the foot in the bottom line. Mr. Cavill is Superman and can generate an actual net increase to your brand worth $1 billion plus if you allow him to. James Gunn cannot. What we wish to see of Superman is the same we wish to see of Batman. Him in his prime, not Smallville 2.0 for more modern audience. Now, I'm not saying I mean, I'm not mad there. I agree. I don't want to see. Yeah. We get it. We want to see some badass Superman stuff. So I agree there. And then it says, Superman is a beacon of truth, justice, and hope. Hope like that which, under your company's direction and thereby yours, was ignited in the DC fan base when you had Mr. Cavill announce his return just 2 short months ago. Then it says, treating your talent and now previously paying customers this way is almost as bad as disrespecting canon. Then it says the solution is quite simple. A connected standalone trilogy deal with Mr. Cavill as Kent/Superman. I can point you to dozens of lore knowledge. This sounds so familiar. Now, we don't want no standalone trilogy, but, I mean, we'd take it. We would take it in a heartbeat if we get T'Challa back. But I would like it to still be connected in the MCU. But if you want to give me T'Challa and have it just be whatever... Give me T'Challa back. Give me T'Challa back. Then it says, I can point you to dozens of lore knowledge, rich individuals who would shatter, non-subvert your expectations in the writing room. And if you're looking for a director who will absolutely deliver for everyone, I can recommend one, Mr. Stephen Barron, director of 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle film, which still delivers to this day and assisted to late great Richard Donner on the set of 1978 Superman. I don't know what the beef or blacklist in Hollywood looks like, and frankly, you shouldn't care. Find the best people for the job and deliver a production that is exceptional and worth paying movie tickets prices for your customers, so it can in turn be profitable for you. That last part, again, we're in the same race. We want the same things. This is the exact same shit we've been screaming for almost 2 years. It's the same thing. That last part where he said, find the best people for the job and deliver a production that is exceptional and worth paying movie ticket prices for your customers, so it can in turn be profitable for you. I got heat the last 2 weeks when I was talking about Wakanda Forever's I don't care how you want to spin it. disappointing box office. I saw one article from one credible trade that said Wakanda Forever dominates fifth weekend in second year, in what was it, in the worst second year. So however you want to spin it, I don't care about the way you want to try to do the mental gymnastics with the numbers. It's still the disappointing box office. And with it being where it is, then you've got, let me pull that back up actually. You got it being what it was. So then it said for your customers, so it can in turn be profitable for you. That's why it was not profitable for Marvel. That's why it wasn't what everyone thought it was going to be. Because of that part that they just said right there. Find the best people for the job and deliver a production that is exceptional and worth paying movie ticket prices for. After you decided you weren't going to recast T'Challa, after you decided you weren't going to continue the franchise's main character, and then you doubled down on it, then you delivered the film, then word of mouth got around and I'm going to continue to say it, the disgusting first 2 minutes and 30 seconds. After everybody started talking about what that film was, you had celebrities coming out and saying certain things. You had other people that might have felt one way going in, that felt a different way coming out. Starting to talk about, I don't feel like that was right. Something felt off. Nobody was willing to pay movie ticket prices. And again, these are the same things we've been saying. Some of the same things are being echoed. Then you got Double Tar, I appreciate you again, brother, that said, DC fans make a lot of noise on petitions and Twitter, but on a movie like Black Adam featuring Cavill as hype my DC marketing, little people showed up. Why would DC corporate keep listening? That's very true too. Because as you guys know, I said the same thing. When we went and saw Black Adam, and every time we go to the, like right now, I can't go to Warren to the IMAX and see Avatar because every showing tonight is sold out. The only seat that was available, the only few seats available were the ones where you looking straight up at the screen, right in front. Anytime we go to see a Marvel film, 9 times out of 10, there's no room. It's going to be sold out. But when we went and saw Black Adam, there was 30 of us in there. There was nobody really in there. And I went for Henry Cavill. If you guys remember, if you've been here for a while, you know. Before I went and saw it, I was kind of shitting on it. I was kind of shitting on the film. I wasn't feeling it. I really didn't care. Because it just, again, as I said on Twitter, was a vanity project from day one. A 15-year vanity project. And then it just turned out to be exactly what it was. And nobody was there. Nobody showed up. I was one of the only ones stood up and cheered. I went for Henry Cavill. I went for Superman. But it's, like I said, I completely agree with you. Why would they? But at the end of the day, Superman is still there. They still get Superman. We cannot say the same on our side. We can't say we still get T'Challa. But that's what's going on with Henry Cavill. That's what's going on, and we all know that. But I wanted to kind of touch on some of the stuff with the double standard here of what's going on. Other people saying angry and beyond. Henry is the best Superman since, again, the comparisons. Everybody keeps saying since Christopher Reeve. Henry is this, Henry is that. You got other people saying Robert Downey Jr. was 42 when Iron Man 1. Dave Bautista was 45 when cast as Drax. Idris Elba was 49 when the Suicide Squad came out. Why is age such an issue now in the DCU that you need to recast all young actors? Cavill is 39 and has a Passion Plus has a passion plus for Superman. And again, we've said some of the same things. Why can't you look at Aldous Hodges and say, or just look at his performance as Hawkman and tell me that there's some of the things he said, some of his mannerisms, some of the things, the way he said things and did things didn't give you some T'Challa vibes. I've shown it here. The deep fake image of John David Washington as T'Challa. Don't tell me you can't see the next black actor as T'Challa. And again, we've debunked that argument plenty of times. And I'm not talking over here at Planet Fanatics. I'm talking recast crowd in general. We have debunked that lame argument multiple times. With the multiple Batmans. With the multiple Jokers. With the multiple Supermans. With everybody else. T'Challa is the only one. This is unprecedented. T'Challa is the only one that's never been recast. So it's like, again, it's crazy. It's wild. But that's what I wanted to say about that. From everybody that was saying there. But I did want to show this. Because I retweeted this. Now, I don't always agree. If really hardly ever. With Umar. But brother put out a video. I guess he went and saw Wakanda Forever. So he put out a video. And I retweeted this a couple of days ago. And let me scroll and find it real quick. He had some things to say. Now, when I initially saw it, I was dying laughing at some of the way he put some things. But ultimately, a lot of what he was saying was truth. A lot of what he was saying was truth. So I wanted to kind of share some of that there, and then talk about what he's saying there and some of those things. But maybe you've seen this, maybe you haven't. If you haven't, this will be the first time you've seen it. So let's check this out real quick.
No disrespect to the Mexican community. You have a right to your own heroes, and Mexican children have a right to see their heroes in their own image. I totally support the right of Mexican children to see heroes in their own image. So respect to the Mexican community. With that being said, I did not take my children to see Black Panther 2 so they can watch Mexican superheroes whip the shit out of black superheroes. I'm going to say it again. And I don't care who don't like it. As far as I'm concerned, it was a total disgrace to watch a movie where everything black children held sacred about the Wakandans was shown to be possessed by the underwater Mexicans. Vibranium was supposed to be native to Wakanda, but Ryan Coogler and whoever else wrote that horrible screenplay gave the underwater Mexicans Vibranium 2 and made them as strong as the Wakandans. Why would you build up Black Panther as strongly as you did in the first movie only to turn around and tear the damn thing down? The Mexicans were clearly stronger than the Africans in that movie. The Mexicans were whipping our ass the whole movie. The Mexican leader, and I forget his name, he got more screen time in the movie than the Black Panther did. If this movie is about Black Panther, emphasis on black, why are our children in the movie theater watching an underwater Mexican hero get more screen time than the black hero in?
Now, before we move to the next clip, because what he was saying, before we move to the next clip, I agree with some of his with some of the things he was saying. I agree. Make sure, because I see some of y'all laughing, but no, I agree with some of the things that Umar is saying here. Now the wording may not have been my wording, but I agree with his overall message that he's trying to tell here. But like he said there, you can't, as we've said so many times, you can't take your black children to this film and have them watch it. And we've said that so many times, because as much as people like to say, oh, there's still black representation, there's still this, there's still that, this is supposed to be the Black Panther. And as I said earlier, we saw her as the Panther in the last 20 minutes of the film. You didn't even see Panther because you were too busy focused on the grief you were trying to morbidly tell, instead of actually delivering a good film that still could have had T'Challa in it. And as he said, again, maybe not the wording I would use, but whipping the fuck out of Wakanda the entire film, making Wakanda look weak. As you guys have heard me say, that's not Wakanda. The MCU, that ain't Wakanda. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Just like I don't know what this franchise is anymore. But that's not Wakanda. Because as he said, they was whooping Wakanda's ass the entire film. And it's like, damn, has Wakanda not had their ass whooped enough? We saw Wakanda feuding with one another in the first film. We saw Wakanda get breached in Infinity War and happen to everyone, but getting dusted. The king dying the second time. We saw Namor, the Cuckoo Khan, enter in Wakanda like it was nothing, and be able to just stroll up on the Queen Mother and the princess like it was nothing. As he said, vibranium's supposed to be native to Wakanda, but you've gone and given it to another advanced civilization that you could have given them anything, since you went ahead and made this entire civilization together. You could have put anything for them, but you took the one thing native to Wakanda and you gave it to somebody else, the thing that made Wakanda precious in the first place, one of the things to the outside world, and you gave it to somebody else. And again, like he said, had them whooping their ass the entire film. As I said, watching the movie, watching them go to fight Namor in the water, although the idea might have been bright, the formula and how it was laid out was not. And that's just simply not Wakanda. Marching out with 20 people is simply not Wakanda. Namor said, I got more in my army than you have blades of grass. And that's just simply not Wakanda. But we'll move to the next part that he said here, that Umar had to say. And like I said, brother was speaking facts. That's why I retweeted this. Brother was speaking facts.
You don't understand my analysis because you are a multicultural.
Hold on. I had to start it over. Hold on.
You don't understand my analysis because you are a multiculturalist. You don't understand my analysis because you are a multiculturalist. Only someone in love with black people would understand my analysis. Only someone in love with black people would understand my analysis. It was a disgrace. And then I understand Prince T'Challa passed on. I understand Prince T'Challa passed on.
Right.
I understand Prince T'Challa, but Ryan Coogler, can you explain to me, bro?
Right.
Black Panther is the only major. We got Black Adam with The Rock. We got Luke Cage. But Black Panther is the only major hero that has been put on a television screen for our children. Black, masculine, alpha male, Chadwick Boseman, Prince T'Challa. Black, African, alpha male, Chadwick Boseman, Prince T'Challa. Black, African, alpha male, Chadwick Boseman, Prince T'Challa. Why did you not allow the Black Panther legacy to continue through a heterosexual black man? Why did you have to reinvent the Panther in his little sister? The war on black masculinity continues. The war on black masculinity continues. The war on black masculinity, I understand, in the comic book. The little sister Zuri becomes Panther for a while. I understand that, but you could have delayed that. You could have ignored that. You could have exempted that. Our sons
like
need
everything
to see
else.
examples of strong black men. So I don't want to hear nothing about what the comic books say, because that's nothing but an excuse. You can rewrite comics just like they rewrite everything else. We should have had a strong black man pick up where Chadwick Boseman left off.
Like he wanted. Right. Like he wanted. Completely. Move to the next one that he's saying. Hold on. Because he's speaking nothing but facts. Hold on.
Instead, you give us a little black girl. That's the best you can do. And not only that, did you notice all the major characters on the Wakandan side were women? Only M'Baku of the Jabari tribe, and he was not a major character. The whole Wakandan movement was women. Respect to the black queens. I didn't have a problem with them, but where are the kings to go with the queens? If you got a movie about African people, where are the strong African men? Was Black Panther 2 a scheme to continue to emasculate black men, emasculinize black women? So the Mexicans, they have an alpha male. He was kicking everybody's ass. The underwater Mexicans had an alpha male. So it was okay for the underwater Mexicans to have an alpha male, but the Africans had to have a little black girl? Ryan Coogler, you was cool with that, bro? Ryan Coogler.
Oh, he was real cool with it. Oh, he wrote it.
One alpha male on the Mexican side kicked our whole ass.
Whole ass.
One alpha male on the Mexican side kicked our whole ass. And it's bad enough you didn't let the Panther live through a brother. It's bad enough you didn't let the Panther live through a brother. But on top of that, you ain't have no brothers in the movie. The movie was 90% black women. So if a black man takes his son to the movies.
Right. I've said this one.
A black man takes his son to the movies. First, he got to watch the Mexican whip everybody's ass. And can you explain to me why you had to let the Mexican kill Angela Bassett?
I can't.
I was disturbed by that, Ryan Coogler. I know it's a movie, but symbolism matters.
Come on.
Movie symbolism matters.
Right.
Why did you let the Mexican kill the African queen mother, brother?
Right. Umar. He is speaking facts. He is. I mean, he really is speaking facts. Hold on. I'm gonna go to the next one. Hold on. I'm gonna go to the next one.
Why couldn't she have died of natural causes?
So I'm disturbed
Isn't
by
it
that.
interesting? T'Challa's uncle is killed in the first Panther.
Talked about this one.
T'Challa's father is killed in the first Panther. T'Challa is killed in the second Panther. T'Challa's mother is killed in the second Panther. Why are all
T'Challa's
the
killed in
black men
Infinity
in
War.
Black Panther being wiped out? Why are all the black men
Woo, we've talked
being
about
wiped
this.
out of Black Panther?
Come on.
Help me understand this. Captain America ain't wiped out. Iron Man ain't wiped out. Incredible Hulk ain't wiped out. Spider-Man ain't wiped out. But when it comes to us, they got to kill every black male in the series? Come on, y'all. I respect Ryan Coogler. He's a great producer. But the themes in that movie are horrible.
Horrible.
Why
Horrible.
couldn't she have died of natural causes? Isn't it interesting? T'Challa's uncle is killed in the first Panther. T'Challa's father is killed in the first Panther. T'Challa is killed in the second Panther. T'Challa's mother.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so Umar had some great points. He had some great points. That's what I'm saying. I agree with Sir Yuri G. It's a cold day in hell when I said I'll ever agree with Dr. Umar. And it's like he had some great points in this. Like, again, maybe the wording, not my wording, but the point of what he's getting at is what I agree with. Everything he's saying. The themes in this film, as we've been saying, as, you know, ones that have seen the film, are horrible. As I've shown so many times, the imagery of the little black boys, the young black men, how important it is for other countries outside, not just other countries, but within our own country, but important for other countries outside of our own country to see us in that light. Not see us as the absentee father. Not see us as the villain. Not see us as the druggie. Not see us as the robber. Or anything else. See us on the throne. As Umar said, where are all the kings with the queens? Being able to see us as a nation, hand in hand, elevating one and not subtracting one to elevate the other. Where's that at? What every other nation should have been able to see us that way outside of our country. Because whenever we are in any type of posters over in China, look, if you remember the T'Challa or the first BP posters, what happens? They put a mask on Chadwick's face. With Star Wars, they shrunk Finn down. In the Black Adam poster, Hawkman's got his mask on. It's important for others to see us the way that the Black Panther franchise built T'Challa. The way that the Black Panther comic franchise is built like. Because the only thing that they know, because I posed that question, and Profess the Film Fan, if you're still in here, shout out to you. Profess the Film Fan. Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't
Hold on.
understand my analysis?
Profess the Film Fan. Let me move out.
Because you are a multiculturalist. Only
I'm not playing
in
that.
love
Hold
with
on.
Black people would understand my.
I didn't play that. Hold on. Okay. It's gonna play. Okay. All right. But yes, it's important for other countries to see us in that light. But like Professor the Film Fan said, yes, he put on his Twitter a question that I've been asking over and over. What is T'Challa's legacy within the MCU? And I got some great answers. But see, what I want, I know we understand what T'Challa, that there is no legacy of T'Challa in the MCU. But the outside crowd, the anti-recasters come in and say, he's had his legacy. because they believe that a film and a handful of cameos is a legacy. But when the question is posed, because everybody likes to leave those paragraphs within the comment section telling us to shut up or we're gatekeeping fanboys or whatever it is, I pose the question for the anti-recasters. What is T'Challa's legacy within the MCU? You want to leave me a paragraph? Leave me that. Leave me a paragraph detailing to me T'Challa's legacy within the MCU. And it's not going to be able to be done. But like I said, with what Umar was saying there, it's still in line. The whole entire film, and then you killing, and like he said, that disturbed me. Ryan Coogler. Killing Angela Bassett, killing Queen Ramonda. Again, if you know, that's the moment I walked out the film. That's the moment I left. Now, we've talked about the plot leaks before we got to Wakanda Forever, and I knew within the plot leaks that Queen Ramonda was going to be killed. But that is the moment I said, if it actually happens in the film, if it actually happens, I'm going to get up and walk out. And I got up and walked out at that moment. Like Umar said, that disturbed me, Ryan Coogler. That disturbed me, brother, that you were so comfortable with that much Black Death being told in your film. The things being told, the themes in that film simply don't work, as he said. I've seen people calling Wakanda Forever cute, honorable, this and this and that, X, Y, and Z. As I've said so many times, I don't find Black Death cute, or honorable, or a way for you to do anything to honor Chadwick Boseman. And like he also said, I understand what the comics say. We know what the comics say. But in the MCU, rarely do they do what the comics say. So you could have wrote anything any way that you wanted it to be. But you chose the route that you chose and decided to take Chadwick's literal death and throw the MCU and Wakanda around it and tell a story within his literal death. So, no, bro, like, Umar was on point with everything he was saying. Completely on point with everything he was saying. Like, and like I said, over here, it doesn't stop. It's always going to be recast T'Challa. We're always going to continue to say the same things. We're always going to continue to come in and give any new type of news that might come out about recast. I think that in order for the Black Panther franchise to do anything, they're going to have to reboot. Because there's too many emotions. There's too many people that have their emotions attached to the current Black Panther franchise. And, you know, I never thought I'd ever really say, I didn't think that I would ever really think, you know, maybe they do have to reboot, or can they still make it work with some of them? But it's evident that they can't make it work. It's evident that with things that Letitia is saying in interviews, with things that Lupita said in her interview, we all know what she said, with things that Winston Duke is saying, that Nate Moore is saying, that Ryan Coogler is saying. The only one that gave us any type of inkling was Martin Freeman. But everybody else out, and Angela Bassett, when she said she objected to Queen Ramonda being killed, which I'm sure she also objected, and we'll see more actors come out saying things as the film, as it ages a little bit. We'll see more people come out and say things. But if she objected to Queen Ramonda's death, I'm sure she objected also to T'Challa's death. I'm sure she also understands that this is Hollywood, that this is the way that things go. I'm sure Angela Bassett, being the incredible actress as long as she's been in the business, I'm sure she understands the importance of black representation being told on screen, because she's played many great black roles. I'm sure she understood. So, in order for the Black Panther franchise to come back, you're going to have to get rid of those people that are emotionally attached to the franchise. They're going to have to go. Because nothing's ever going to be able to be done within that franchise if they're still attached to it emotionally. We're going to have an entire new director. We're going to have an entire new cast and crew. And that's not being trying to be disrespectful to anybody. Look at exactly what James Gunn is doing with DC. He is doing something that he believes is going to be best for the franchise. And in order to best tell the franchise that he believes the franchise the way it needs to be told, he's saying we have to reboot. We have to start from ground zero. We have to start over and tell this story properly. And that's the exact same thing Marvel could do. We have to, that's when you have to be able to just say, okay, this is obviously, suspend your reality there and go into the film understanding that the Black Panther franchise within the MCU has had it's been rocky. So when I step into Black Panther 5 or Black Panther 4 or whatever, I'm stepping in understanding it's been rebooted. This is all new people. Blah 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 blah. We've done course corrections to things that to make it make sense as to why T'Challa's here from what you did with Wakanda Forever, but it's still within the MCU. But it's got to be rebooted. We've got to be moving in a different direction if we want to see T'Challa back on the screen. Because as I've said many times, until T'Challa's on the screen, this is the only talking I will do, well, for Black Panther within the MCU. I don't care to see the series, the Wakanda series. I don't care to see BP3 unless T'Challa's in it or anything else. So it's got to be it's got to be a reboot. It has to be. But I'll read some of the comments here that people are saying. Actually, I'll start a little down. Dre and Jay said, I never got how he could die with the heart-shaped herb still in his system. Even you make the argument that the herb eventually runs out. Then why did Killmonger burn it all in the first one? Exactly. I mean, and that's the thing, bro. Like, none of it ever made sense. There was nothing that Ryan or Nate or anybody from Marvel could have got up and said that would have made sense or explained T'Challa dying. Because the last time we saw T'Challa, he was healthy. The last time we saw him, he was fighting to help kill Thanos. Last time we saw him, he was healthy enough to actually go to to go to Tony Stark's funeral. Unlike any of the other Avengers doing that for T'Challa. There's no one at his funeral. And like you said, there's no way he can die anyway. If we're sticking with, because like Nate Moore said, there's so many interesting things in publishing, not, with Wakanda and Storm. So obviously, if you know the lore of Wakanda, and you know those things, you know the lore of Black Panther, you know how deep those comics run, then you know that T'Challa is also the king of the dead. And knowing that the story that you're also telling right now with Secret Invasion, we didn't see a body. That could have been a scroll that went up there in the casket or anything, and the real T'Challa could be captured by the scrolls. I would love that storyline to be told and incorporated in. Listen to what the fans are wanting, because this franchise, it's not this is where you are actually killing a franchise. With what DC's doing, they're not killing a franchise. They're rebooting a franchise that is completely terrible right now. And am I the only one that thinks that? Am I wrong in thinking that? Let's be real. DC is killing a franchise right now that is completely lackluster, that can barely put asses in the seats, even with Henry Cavill showing up in a cameo. Are they wrong for wanting to reboot? So you're looking at the Black Panther franchise in the MCU. Without T'Challa, it's going to continue to get worse. Your Black Panther 3 without T'Challa is not going to do anything. T'Challa needs to be put back into the franchise, back into the MCU. So I completely agree, bro. Like, there's no way. See, Jeezy said the franchise was completely trashed. Exactly. Pookie Wood said, y'all on the Umar burner account over 5K likes. This is the most I've seen on a negative critique of the movie. Yeah? Because the brother was speaking facts. He was speaking facts. D Stizzle said, Tony Stark is dead, but he had maximum shine since 2008, right? Rainbow 2000 said he had great points. I'm shocked that I'm actually agreeing with something he said. That's what I said. When I first retweeted it, I almost hesitated because I was like, man, am I retweeting something from Umar? But then I was like, you know what? Nah, because he's speaking facts. Like, I will give credit where credit is due. He's speaking facts. Oaktown A said, now about that school, Mr. Umar. Like I said, no comment. I agreed with this take. Zane Beto said, who loves black trauma more, Ryan Coogler or Tyler Perry? Man, that's a close one. That's a real close one between the two of them. DR said, playing into stereotypes, you gotta love it. Yep. Let's see. Black Cinema Critic said, hit the like button. Yes, appreciate everybody being here. Hit the like button if you are in here. Smash that like button. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. Professor the Film Fan, yes, bro, I appreciate you tweeting that out. Because, again, that question just does not get answered in the comments. What is his legacy? Let's see. CGZ said, Ryan Coogler is overrated. Ghost Dog 8 said Coogler treating Wakanda like it's Game of Thrones. Yeah, and also said, get this man off the franchise. We got a couple recast T'Challa's from DR and Paula. Appreciate both of you guys being here. D Stizzle also recast T'Challa. Ghost Dog 8 said, we do need a reboot. I have no interest in seeing anything with this Wakanda. Further, I agree. Like I said, I don't know what that is. That's not Wakanda. I don't know who's... that will never be Wakanda for me. After what I saw in Wakanda Forever... After, as the advertisement went, we were supposed to explore Wakanda, which we did not. That's not Wakanda for me. Official EMG said, Black Panther reboot after Secret Wars. It can be done. Everyone gets recast. I agree with that, too. O-Town A said, it's hard for me to take Marvel serious after all of this. Yep. D-Sizzle said, I need a full reboot after Secret Wars. Oaktown A said, I'm pretty much done with the MCU. I'm definitely done with the Black Panther franchise. I have nothing for that until, as I said, until T'Challa's back. I have nothing for that franchise. Nothing. You showed me everything I needed to see, and how you really thought and felt about the Black Panther franchise with Wakanda Forever. So I'm good. Ghost Dog 8 said Coogler probably would be better off doing a Misty Knight series or something. Get out. Let me see. Oh, that went all the way down. Let me go back up. Then we got SB Flash 1523 that said hashtag recast T'Challa. Gray said all they had to do was pay a new black actor that salary, but they chose to inflate the budget, trying to make money off of Chadwick Boseman's passing. Correct. Exactly. That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do. We watched over here, again, everybody that's been here, you guys know, we watched the interview that Chadwick Boseman did where he said he got the initial call that they wanted him to be T'Challa and how that phone call went. And knowing how that phone call went, if Nate Moore made that phone call, so you're telling me you couldn't make that exact same goofy phone call to the next black actor and tell them, hey, we want you to come in and take on the role of T'Challa? You be the new face? You be the new face that all these young black men and young black boys are looking up to? You be the king that sits on the throne of Wakanda? You be the Black Panther? And on top of that, we were going to have Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther leading the Avengers in 2018. Now we want you to do that? We want you to carry on those stories? You think a black actor in his right mind would turn down a role like that? Would turn down an opportunity like that for the community? As we talked about with the Blue Beetle stuff, how excited the Hispanic community is. I watched that interview with Sholo where he was talking about, the interviewer said, my husband's excited. My kids are excited. I'm excited. My family is excited because we finally get to be represented. Do you think another black man in his right mind in Hollywood would turn down the chance to be the Black Panther who has become a household name? T'Challa, who has become a household name, to carry that on? No, that's just Nate Moore not being able to do his damn job. That's all that is. So I completely agree. We got Raymond 2000 that said, just reboot the entire MCU at this point. Since you've got everybody back home, restart. Tell the stories a different way, bigger, and give us T'Challa. Oaktown Ace said, reboot the whole thing. Same thing echoing Raymond. D-Stizzle said, I love Missy Knight. I wouldn't want Ryan Coogler touching her either. I don't want Ryan Coogler touching anything in the MCU. You know, there's everybody, all those people that want him touching Secret Wars. Hell no. Hell no. I'm worried about what Secret Wars looks like without a director currently. No. CGZ says, AB was the first to bring up the multiple scripts. And then we got Andre Ware said, recast the whole franchise. Rainbow 2000 said, because if you reboot and you don't give us T'Challa, it's clear there's a bigger agenda and they didn't care about the character or the demographic they're trying to serve. No, I agree. I think it's clear now also, but I completely agree with that. I think it's clear they don't care. They don't care about they don't care about us as the fans. They're not listening to what we want. I did that full breakdown on Nate Moore, the interviews that he gave. There was interviews that came out, I think it was after Wakanda Forever that he gave, where he said, no, we hear the fans, but sometimes you got to block that out. Sometimes the fans think they know what they want, but you have to show them after you show them, oh, no, I thought I knew what I wanted, but this is what I really wanted. So sometimes you got to block out what the fans want. Yeah, they know, but they're not listening because they don't give a damn. Ghost Dog 8 said, facts, it's time for a reboot. We've veered too far off the path, for sure. We've definitely veered way too far off the path. Grace said, James Gunn walked in there and said, all of you are fired. Yeah, he said, I've got to fix this. I mean, and he knows that. It's not a secret, bro. Like, is that, like, that's what I said. Are we, like, am I the only one? No, I know I'm not the only one. I know at least all you guys that are always here are always saying the same things. It's no secret that DC is not exciting or fun. We don't look forward to DC films. Who's looking forward to Shazam! Fury of the Gods? Who's really looking? I mean, if you are, that's great. I'm not trying to shit on anybody. If you are, that's great. Like what you like, love what you love. But in the box office, it's not going to get that love like that. Just like Black Adam. So it's no secret that DC's in shambles right now. So yeah, I'm sure he did walk in and say, everybody's fired. I've got to get this back on track. And he has said that too. Him and Peter know that it's kind of rocky. They have to repair the relationship between the fandom and the studio and the franchise. So yeah, bro. Let's see. D-Sizzle said, even if they are planning BP3, I don't see it being released before Secret Wars. No. From the leak that we saw for the release dates, BP3 is supposed to come in, I think it was November of 2026. So 3 years. And that's what I've said when we were talking about that. I said, is it unrealistic to say in 3 years, can we not get the T'Challa back? In the 3 years that you're going to take planning this, writing this, presenting this to the studio, getting the approvals, the remakes, the casting, the new characters, everything involved with making a film, is it unrealistic to think that we could get the T'Challa back? Don't make the same mistake that DC made. Look at Twitter. I love Twitter. Whatever anybody ever says, it might die. I don't think Twitter's ever going to die. I love Twitter. Twitter is still, to me, the most successful social media platform. But look at Twitter. Marvel, Studios, Kevin Feige, Nate Moore, whoever. Look at what's going on with DC. Look at what's going on with the fandom. And I'm talking before James Gunn. Everybody was screaming, we want Superman. It took a decade to get Superman. Do not make the same mistake and not realizing that you are making the biggest mistake for your franchise by not recasting its main character, not replacing him with TJ, but recasting him. Keep your TJ. If you have something that you want to do big for TJ, keep your TJ. But have T'Challa there to father him. I don't know what a TJ Jr. is because I've never heard that till the MCU. But if you want to do that, keep your TJ. But have T'Challa there to father his son. Well, I don't like when you guys... I've heard people saying that. I don't like when you guys use that argument. Because it's not like he stepped out to go get some milk. He actually died. Yes, but you killed him over an illness, as we pointed out from Dre and Jay. He has the heart-shaped herb. He shouldn't have even been able to die. He lives in Wakanda, the most technologically advanced nation in the world. If Shuri could save Sam by giving him a new suit, if Shuri could also save Bucky, if Shuri was also willing to save Vision, who she had only known for 5 seconds, but she couldn't save her brother, and you trying to sit here and tell me the same woman that told Bruce and Tony, basically, even though Tony wasn't there, Tony helped figure that whole shit out with Bruce, that told Bruce, when he said, we tried, we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that, and she said, well, why didn't you just do this? Figured that out in seconds. That same character that you established in the MCU couldn't figure out a cure for her brother, for their protector, for their king, for her blood? That's bullshit. So don't make that same mistake by not recasting your franchise's main character. It's not out of the scope to think he could actually be back by 2026. Are they going to do it? I don't believe it because they haven't given me any indication that they are. But if they were smart, if they had their ear to the ground, if they wanted this franchise to stay afloat, they would recast T'Challa. My thoughts. I don't know. I don't think it's being... I agree, D-Stizzle. It's not happening before Secret Wars. I don't think we're seeing a T'Challa in Secret Wars. I just don't, bro. I don't. They haven't given any indication. And if we do, he's gonna... It's just gonna be dangled in the face, and then he's gonna die or something, or be sent back or whatever. It's not to stay. And again, I don't want a 90210 T'Challa. I want this universe's T'Challa. I don't want it... I've seen the theory, and it's a nice theory. It's fine. It's cool. But I don't want that. I don't want that. Well, his world was destroyed, so, and we lost our T'Challa, and he's fatherless, so you can come father him, and then you can... No. I don't want that. Because it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. Then you got Vel Superb that said, knowing Angela doesn't know much about comics, Ryan used the whole no one really dies in comic books thing to trick her into buying into her character being killed. Very sneaky and conniving. Yeah, Ryan, the whole killing Ramonda thing, when she objected to it, it was like, we learned in that film, obviously, T'Challa was dead. Like, really dead. We also learned that Riri's dad was dead. They snuck that one in there. Then we also found out that Ramonda was going to die and then died. It was nothing but Black Death. After Black Death. After Black Death. And make, like you said, saying that comic book characters no one ever really dies. That's laughable because that's what he just did with this franchise's main character. When he did his interview with the Marvel podcast and said he needed it to be real. And there was no way he could look at the next... Well, he didn't say... He said there's no way he could look even if it was... No, he said even if it was the best actor in the world, there's no way that they could ever beat Chadwick Boseman's T'Challa. And again, as I said... Not shitting on him because he knows Chadwick and he has the right to his feelings. But that's subjective. That is subjective. Because there are some people that believe Joaquin Phoenix's Joker is better than Heath Ledger's. Where I believe Heath Ledger's is still better than Joaquin Phoenix's. Again, it's subjective. So those things that he's speaking with is his feelings. He's speaking from his feelings. If no one ever really dies in comic books, there's no reason for you to solidify that T'Challa is dead. There was no reason for you to do what you did in this film. If you still needed time to grieve, if you still needed time to process, if you still needed creative space to find a way to enter T'Challa back into the MCU, then you should have taken that. Instead of taking T'Challa 6 feet in the ground, you should have taken that time, and then you should have found a way for you to put T'Challa in BP3. You could have said anything to the audience. Marvel could have come out and said anything besides, because Chadwick Boseman's rendition transcends any rendition, it's for that reason we're killing the character. The minute they said that, that solidified it. The minute we've seen interviews from Nick Moore, Ryan Coogler, and the rest of the company, that solidified it. The minute you saw the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds of Wakanda Forever, that solidified it. That he was not coming back. You could have said anything in that film. He could have been off-world. He could have been dealing with this or that. He could have been trying to help assemble the Avengers for the next coming threat. It could have been anything. But you decided to morbidly take your feelings and, like you said, be conniving and sneaky and try to line your pockets yet again with what everyone thought, including the studio, that it was going to make that bill, and it never was going to do that, and morbidly tell a story. So yes, bro. Sneaky, conniving, like it's all of that. All of that. DR said realistically he can't die from any illness due to the herb, so Coogler goofed big. Coogler goofed big the minute his feelings got involved. Let's see. Let me see what... where was I at? Okay. Then we got... Nefem said... To be honest, they have a route to bring T'Challa back with King of the Dead. They do. They definitely could. Said that one. Agree. Sir Yuri G. Appreciate you, bro. B. Smith said, DC appears to do everything they could to destroy the franchise. Like, you know, are you talking about before this new regime? I know that last regime with Walter Hamada, they definitely did not care. They had their own agenda, had the things that they wanted to do. But you know, I'm hopeful in James Gunn's reboot. I'm on the side of the fence that's hopeful in the things that they're trying to do, because I also agree DC needs a reboot. They do. They're not in a good place right now. It's unrealistic for me to believe that DC is exciting anyone in the theaters. But I think they need a reboot, and I think under James Gunn and his direction and things he knows, maybe it can be good. But that's yet to be seen. But I think we'll see that when it comes. Nefim also said, but you're completely right. Oaktown A said, well, they said MCU is different from the comics, so T'Challa can die from an illness even with the herb. And that's fine. You know, hey, do your MCU. Do what you want to do. But again, we're not seeing these type of changes to other characters, where it's majorly hitting other characters. We've seen pretty much accuracy when it comes to somewhat pretty much accuracy when it comes to some of these characters. Maybe not on a power level scale, but we've seen pretty much accuracy. So when it comes to T'Challa, why then is it okay to say, well, we can because we can't kill this character, there's no way to kill this character because the character's never died in publishing. We have to find some type of weird way to incorporate that he's dead. Oh, I get it. This is not the comics. This is, and we've said that. This is the comics, and there's the MCU. But you could have said anything that was not killing him. Anything. With or without the herb. Anything that was not killing him. Maybe that was the plan from jump, when you burned them all in the first film. But you could have done anything. Grace said BP3 is going to make Cap 1 money. Right, it's gonna, Yes, I completely agree. Because again, people are going to continue to be upset. You got to think, 3 years, bro? 3 years from now? Do you know where the hashtag's going to be 3 years from now? Do you know where these type of archived videos are going to be from then? People are going to be able to look up these type of videos from all of us recasters and be able to see, hey, people are talking about this, they were talking about this back then, they were talking about that back then. And it seems like the same themes are going on, about to come up on the new BP3. That they still don't have T'Challa in. And if they don't have T'Challa in BP3, they're not having him in the marketing, and the main franchise's main character's not in the film, like you said, it's going to do Cap numbers. No one's going to go watch that. Because the people are going to remember Wakanda forever. No one's going to go see that. No one's going to be interested. So yeah, I mean, I agree. Black Moonhawk said, it's crazy how these people in control do not act with common sense. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Nothing said, nah, Tyler Perry got it. D Stizzle said, no real fans were asking for this, but the hardcore MCU fan base mostly bought it. Yep. I think, yep. We got Oaktown A that said, it's their story, so it doesn't have to be comic accurate, which explains all the race and gender swapping, right? Right. Silver Wishes said, I'm not lying when I say I hate everything. D Stizzle said, BB3 equals straight to VHS, not VHS. Derek Edwards said, boycott Coogler. How? Why would you fumble so rich of an amazing franchising character? Completely agree. Completely agree. Such a rich history. Marvel's first, the media's first black leading superhero. And I think Marvel's fourth character ever created. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm right on that one. A character that was created for representation. Yeah. Such a rich history. From an uncolonized nation. Kings and queens. Intelligent as hell. Formidable. Galactic army. Like, yeah, man. All that away. All the things you could have done. Like everybody on the DC side is saying. There were so many stories you could have told with Henry Cavill. There were so many stories you could have told with that Superman. Again, they still get Superman. But all we're saying is there were so many stories you could have told with T'Challa that wasn't killing him. His stories weren't even told. What stories did we get? We got no stories. As we said, there is no legacy. All you could have done was gone to the source material and done what you needed to do. And then if you didn't want to completely do the source material, you could have looked at it at least. You could have consulted, because let's not pretend they don't even look at source material. Let's not pretend that King Dynasty is not going to be adapting at least from what we've seen from the leaks. It's not going to be adapting Avengers Forever and everything like that. And some of the others. We've also heard that Children's Crusade is going to be adapted into it. So they look at the comics. They just do with their version. You could have looked at some of T'Challa's comics and done your version that wasn't killing him. Because nowhere, in any of the publishing that I have, any of the publishing I've ever read, has the character died. So you could have done anything. Nefim said, to be honest, I hope they don't ruin the Wakanda series that's supposed to come out. Hopes ain't too high now. No, bro. I can tell you now. I'm just confused how they're doing it with... Like, what are you doing? What are you doing anything Wakanda without T'Challa? Like, how are you doing any storytelling Wakanda without T'Challa? Tell me that one. Make that one make sense. Where's T'Challa on that? Sir Yuri G said, Now I am like you all are a comic fan. And I remember Doomore and even Scroll Invasion tie-in. But I never seen Wakanda made as weak as I have in Wakanda Forever. Yeah. Yeah. They were terrible. It was awful. Joe Monger said the phone call would go the same way. The exact same way. That's all you would have to do. Is just make that phone call. Call over there. Call the next actor. Talk to them. Ask them to take on that role. It would be done, bro. It could be done. Nefim said, the craziest thing is that Wakanda Forever still might be the best MCU movie of the year. What year did, No Way Home came out? 2021. I guess by certain expectations, I guess you could say so. Box office wise, Doctor Strange is still beating it though. Derek Edwards said, I will reiterate my observation and expectations that I've said before on so many different channels and podcasts. My then 8-year-old son cried when T'Challa was thrown off the Warriors Falls. Yeah, bro, like, I showed a video too in one of our lives of my nephew. Well, I call him my nephew, but one of my best friends, his son. He was crying, or not crying. He watched the trailer for the first time in Wakanda Forever, and he didn't know that they were killing T'Challa. he had no idea. You know, he's 8, like your son. He's only 8, and so he saw the trailer, and his dad was filming his reaction, and he said, "Wait, so they didn't get another actor just to replace T'Challa, or to replace Chadwick Boseman to be the new T'Challa?" He was like, "Why didn't they do that? You know, why?" He was asking these questions. Why is T'Challa dead? Yeah, bro, kids aren't stupid. Kids know what they want. I've even shown the video of the 2 little boys outside the theater for BP1 that ran up to the poster and were like saying, "Mommy, mommy, I see me. That one's me. That I see myself in that." Like, they can only do that with characters that look like us. That's where the representation for the Black Panther even came in. So yeah, it's important. It is important. Zane Beto said, if they do reboot the Black Panther franchise, I hope they do not sanitize T'Challa's personality again. I agree. See, Jeezy said Nate Moore is quiet now. Haven't heard from good old Nate in quite a while. Nate hasn't said too much. Haven't heard from Nate. Black Cinema Critic said, me, Aquaman, and Shazam, Blue Beetle. I'm looking forward to Blue Beetle. I am not looking forward to Shazam. I don't care about the Aquaman stuff anymore, just because it really, I mean, I don't have to have a connective universe to continue anything for me to enjoy a film or anything, but I don't really care about those films anymore, because that's I care about Blue Beetle, because I really want that for Sholo too. I hope that Blue Beetle can still be tied into what they're doing with their reboot, because as James Gunn said about the whole Hollywood Reporter thing, some things are true, some things aren't true, and some things we haven't decided if they're true or not, if they're true yet. So hopefully Blue Beetle is still in that slate with them. But Zachary Levi did comment on Henry Cavill's Instagram post and said, "Nice, you know, hope to meet you in another universe, brother," or something like that. So I don't know. I think that I hope Blue Beetle's still going to be around at least, and we know Momoa is more than likely going to be Lobo. At least that's what James Gunn, I believe, and him have discussed. So, from some things that we saw in the past with Momoa. So I'm hoping so. Gray said, an axe got to come for somebody at Marvel since Iger's back. Chapek's gone. KK will be gone by Indy 5. Indeed, she will. He is in somebody's office saying BP2 brought in damn near half the first. Somebody's got to go. You know, bro, I hope so. I hope that they're looking. I hope they're taking a long, hard look at this. Again, as I've said in previous videos, I hope Marvel's looking at themselves in the mirror and thinking to themselves, did we make the right decision? Should we have actually recasted the character? Should we have been thinking with our feelings instead of with what actually is business? Yes, have your feelings again, but this is Hollywood, Holly business, show business. The show goes on. So yeah, I mean, I agree again. Black Claw 2 said, I understand the need for a full DC reboot, but man, I'm going to miss Viola Davis as Amanda Waller. So am I. But again, I think that falls in that line with the tweet that James Gunn put, that some things are true, some things we haven't decided yet, blah, blah, blah. I think some people might be like, because I think she's a great Amanda Waller. I hope they keep her on. Because what's he going to do with Peacemaker? Is he just going to destroy all of his babies too? All of the things he did within DC? Is he going to not do Peacemaker? Is he not going to make Peacemaker fit into his new reboot for DC? Because there are things that you can retcon to make it make sense. Because DC, I mean, it really didn't tie overall into the overall DC extended universe prior to the new DCU anyway, besides the cameos of Aquaman and them showing up at the end. So is he going to kill that? So I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that we can still see Viola Davis as Amanda Waller, because I agree. I think she's great. D-Stizzle said Thanos Black Order. Thanos is Black Order. Raymond 2000 said, you're right. It took a decade to get Superman, and it'll take 20 years to get T'Challa. Just like I said, T'Challa will be killed off next year and will stay dead no longer than Superman did. Possibly so, bro. Grace said TJ can be a scroll too. You damn right. TJ can be a scroll too. TK can be a scroll too. Raymond said he had the heart-shaped herb. All of All he should have needed was some Vicks and ginger ale, and he would have been fine. Official EMG said, "It's just crazy how, as black people, we don't have options in the MCU or heroes to pick as our faves. Like we had T'Challa, and now he's gone. Monica don't have her own solo anything yet, and Sam sucks." Yeah, bro. It's like we don't. That representation factor's not there. And again, I am happy for the Hispanic community and what they got with Namor and seeing the representation, because I saw some people, like I have a friend, the same little boy that I was just telling you about. His mother is Hispanic, and she was sent me. I remember when the trailer for Namor, or when the trailer for Wakanda Forever came out, and we saw Namor and everything like that, and she had sent me a TikTok explaining kind of the representation that Namor is going to be adapting on in the MCU. And she was so ecstatic. She's like, "I'm so happy." She's like, honestly, I can cry happy tears because it's representation. We're getting to see ourselves on screen. So I'm happy for them to getting to see the representation and everything that they got for the Hispanic community and everything like that. But it does suck for us. It sucks that there's nobody we can look at and be like, "Man, that's our hero. That's the one that represents us within these cinematic universes." So I agree, Liam. We don't have that. Raymond said, "The same woman that outsmarted Bruce and Tony, the same woman who led these amazing technological advancements, couldn't cure an illness. They made these characters weak as fuck." Yes. So Yuri G said, "Wakanda has a cure for cancer, but an unknown disease that was made for bad writing. I don't know what to do." Exactly. Raymond 2000 said, and like I said on Twitter today, but we are always crying about, we are tired of slave movies, and we are tired of, yeah. I don't know if you meant something to go in after that one, but I agree. Excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, I agree. Chillmonger said, "Earth 91210 T'Challa." No, 90210 T'Challa. Let him keep it. Paula said, "I agree. No to a variant. Absolutely not. No to a variant." Kenny said, "I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 T'Challa's in my multiverse." All right, 21. Dang, it just went down. Let me see. Where was I at? It went down pretty far. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Raymond said, or Oaktown A said, "Monica Rambeau comes from a baby mama, took her father right out her life." Exactly. And her relationship with her father in publishing is extremely important to the character of Monica. She's a daddy's girl. And you completely took her dad, again, playing on tropes within the... It's weird, bro. Like, I don't get it. Like, why do we have to be viewed in fantasy the way that we are in reality? Not all of us, bro, come from that type of household. And that's not putting a stain on the ones that did. But not all of us come from that type of background. So to take certain of us that come from that type of background and then put us all in that same box, and then to say that is that community, that's false. You're now selling something that is false. Again, just because you don't want to adapt the comics completely, you don't have to get rid of Monica's father to further play on tropes within our community. So again, false. Like, no. D. Stizzle said, "Different franchise, but Monica's father is apparently dead." And then we've got Oaktown A that said, taking out all of the black fathers in the MCU. Yes. Latrice said, "I see we're keeping the party going over here. We appreciate you being here, Latrice." Raymond 2000 said, "And I'll say it again, we got here because people defy celebrities they don't know." Yeah. Let me see. Raymond 2000 also says, so far, all folks saying, what does the family want? They never cared about the family. They don't care about the ones left behind or the ones who knew him better than a director and a producer who decided to make Wakanda Forever. Yeah, I saw that, that tweet you tagged me in and everything like that with that girl who you clearly told her what Derek said, what his niece said, and then you asked her at the end, because she said that everybody that was doing hashtag recast T'Challa is misogynistic and whatever else she said. Then you asked her, are Derek and his niece, the people related that actually know Chadwick Boseman, since she was claiming that too, are they being misogynistic? And she said, yes, they are. Again, I agree with so many people that were on there saying, you gotta block folks like that, because that's just pure ignorance. That's pure ignorance. You argued against your own argument. Like, she didn't even need you in that. Like, you saying what you said, she argued against her own argument. Her initial tweet, she debunked it by saying what she just said. By saying they're misogynistic too, because you didn't even know the family, when they are family. At that point, I just would have... That's one of those SpongeBob moments where the music comes in, it's like, and it's like it zooms in on SpongeBob's face. Like, that's literally one of those moments. Like, she had one of those. So, like, I would have left that instantly. Let's see. Then we've got... But I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. We've got... A Man of Culture said, I'm late, but I'm fine with the move, only because it makes sense. A new regime means a new direction, means new actor. It is what it is for real. I only complain if the direction they take is stupid. Man of Culture, I completely agree. And again, as I've said, I don't think it is a secret or that we all feel as if DC is on the same level as Marvel, like they should be, or anything like that, because there are some amazing stories in DC's publishing that can be told on the big screen. But it's no secret they're not there. They never have been. They can't even get asses in the seats. So a reboot is necessary. It may not be what the masses want, but it is necessary. And at the end of the day, it's going to be I'm hoping, at least for James Gunn's sake, that it's a better established cinematic universe than the previous regime. Let's see, Rhymes 17. She's talking to Latrice there. Raymond 2000 said, the MCU is different from the comics. It's total BS. I hate it. If you're going to make these films and adapt these characters, make it accurate. What are you making a CM for? For if you ain't going by the comics. Completely agree with you. You've got to. You got to adapt. You have to adapt from it. Like, that's the stories you're trying to tell. D Sizzle said, we in here deep tonight. Yeah, appreciate everybody that's here tonight. Appreciate everybody that's, tuned in, listen. Appreciate everybody that's liked. Everybody that sent the super chats in. Double Tar, DR, the Bruta. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate you guys so very much. Let's see. Then we got Kenny that said, yeah, this is where I come from when there's no E-Man. Appreciate you being here, Kenny. Then we've got B. Smith said, Plato once said, common sense is not so common. Yes, common sense is not so common. Then we got Raymond that said, and just think about how the box office for Black Panther 3 is going to look like. It'll get worse because you lost your main character and actor, and not only that, but you also lost Angela Bassett. Completely agree. The four of them remaining people they have aren't going to make people go, wow, I can't wait to see what see that Letitia Wright movie. And that's still Raymond saying that too. And you know what? Ryan Coogler and them got up here and said, listen, if Ryan Coogler said, I think that M'Baku has way more screen time in this film than he did in the first film. What? I feel like it was the same. Like, I really don't even remember it. For those that have seen Wakanda Forever, I don't even really remember M'Baku in Wakanda Forever. I really don't. Besides the throne room scene and the funny remark he made to Okoye. I don't really, so no, like, there's no draw. There's nothing. Like literally, there is nothing. There is no draw to the film. But they're hoping that the post-credit scene is draw enough for the casuals. But you see what the casuals give you. Even some of the casuals still haven't even gone to see this film. I was talking to somebody yesterday at my job that was asking me about Wakanda Forever, and unfortunately, they got an earful. And I was, and they said, so you're saying don't go see it? I said, no. I'm not deterring anyone from going to see the film. Go form your own opinion. I'm just telling you, because you asked what I thought of the film, my feelings on Wakanda Forever, and how I will never in life view that film again. That's all I'm telling you. So you can go see it if you want. It's fine, whatever. But there's no draw to a BP3 because there's no T'Challa. Like you said, you took away Queen Ramonda, Angela Bassett. There's no draw with a big name like Angela, who I think is now in the running to possibly get an Oscar for her role. Possibly. Well deserved. But there's no draw. I think that's the same thing that a lot of people say for Phase 4, with how a lot of people aren't as tuned in. Because some people believe there's no draw. Where are some of the main names that we know? People don't know who Moon Knight is, casuals. People didn't even know there was a She-Hulk, casuals. These are conversations that were happening as the times that these series were coming out. Miss Marvel didn't do the numbers that they wanted it to. Let's be real. Not just the behind the scenes and the way that the creativity of these series and things went, but the draw wasn't there. There was nobody that you could cling to and say, I know that face from Phase 1, 2, and 3. Why do you think Spider-Man was the most successful thing of Phase 4? Yeah, because it's Spider-Man, and Spider-Man is always going to put asses in the seats. But because that's a familiar face. That's somebody we know and we've gone on journeys through with Phases 2 and 3. Or 3. Whenever he entered. But with Phase 4, there was no draw. So it's the same thing with the BP3. There's no draw. What are you doing to get my ass in the seat? To get my ticket? To get my 16 at the IMAX? What are you doing? Because if there's no T'Challa, then as Gray said, it's going to do those Captain America numbers. Captain America 1 numbers. So I agree. We got Dre and Jay that said, I wonder what John Kane's view is on recast T'Challa since this character was completely removed from the sequel. And then Demar said, hopefully DC does something with Young Justice, Arrow, and Martian Manhunter. I want to see that Young Justice. Are you talking live action? Yeah, I would love to see a Young Justice in live action for sure. Definitely Martian Manhunter. I would love to see Ollie's Green Arrow and everything. Yeah, completely agree. Kenny said Darius got an audience tonight. Yeah, I appreciate everybody being here tonight. Chill also said 100 views, baby. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody that's been here. Appreciate everybody that's come through. Everybody that's commenting. Everybody that's just hanging out. Appreciate you guys being here for sure. Rhyme17 said exactly a rebirth after one movie, madness and discombobulated writing. For sure. For sure. It's all over the place. The Black Panther franchise is all over the place. Yusai said this will forever be Marvel's most trash moment in their cinematic and comic book history. They need to honor Stan Lee by killing off all the MCU characters he created. No, exactly. And he said, well, I'm just playing their game. Yeah, I agree. DeSizzle said T'Challa's classic Silver Age black superhero. My folks were in their teens when he dropped. Right. Like I said, there's so many people that have been fans of Black Panther before Chadwick Boseman took on the role in 2018. People that have been there since the character's inception. And it's like, you're taking away all of that on the screen. I've pointed this out many times. We've had some older viewers comment and say we appreciate you mentioning how important this character is for those of us that have been here 50 plus years with the character. That have been waiting 50 plus years with the character to be put on the big screen, for this character stories to be told. So again, I've said this before, I think it's selfish to not think of those fans as well. Just to not think of the fans in general, but to not think of those fans as well. Those fans that have been waiting to see their character that they love on screen. And you completely, in one selfish, quick moment, as we know it took minutes, seconds, Namor. In in those selfish seconds, you decided, no more. And you took that away from people, you took that from young and old. And we got the Jinx that said, so based on the movie, is Wakanda's army down to 12 people now? Bro, it was like, oh, are you talking about after the fight with Namor? Or are you talking about before, as they were going to fight Namor? Because I don't know if you saw the film or not, but it's nerfed. I mean, they walked onto the platform with like 12 people when they were going to fight Namor. So, I mean, like I said, the Queen Mother and Shuri had no protection. We're just out there with Namor just effortlessly just popped up in Wakanda. Do they even have a defense system? I don't know. That's why I said that's not Wakanda. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Zane Beto said, I want, you know me and names, in the Black Panther reboot, if it happens, I know you're talking about though, I'm not butchering. See, when I read comics and things, the names that I have may not be accurate, as you all know when I try to read people's names, but they're the names I go with, the pronunciations, but I'm not going to say them out loud because I know that they're wrong, and I'm not going to get drugged because I know you guys. Then we got Latrice that said, I'll never forgive Marvel for not recasting T'Challa. I'm just much less interested in whatever the new Avengers team will be. Yeah. And as we've seen so far, they're in trouble. And I'm not talking about like Marvel. Well, Marvel too, maybe. But I'm talking about the Avengers in the MCU. If that's the roster so far, the top three, the three leading members are Shuri. I think it was Bucky. And Sam. Was it Bucky? Or am I wrong on that? Was it not Bucky? No, it wasn't Bucky. It was Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, Sam, and Shuri are the leaders of the Avengers right now. And then you can fill in the blanks on the rest of the roster. And then again, they're in trouble. So I'm not interested in that either right now. That's why I said I'm much more interested. What did I say the other day? I said I'm much more interested. Oh, yeah. In what Sony's doing with their live action, trying to do their Spider-Geddon Sonyverse. And if properly done, because I need to see Madam Web first, but if properly done, with what Sony's trying to do over there right now, I'm more interested in that than I am in what the MCU's doing with Phase 5, with what the MCU's doing in general right now. Because I still, as I've said, I have my trepidations. I'm worried about Secret Wars. What the fuck is that going to look like? There are so many characters and so many elements to that story that you just simply don't have in the MCU. And you're going to rewrite it and tell it. I mean, as I like Civil War. And as we know, that Civil War is not the comic Civil War. But how are you going to tell Secret Wars, that massive of a story? And is it really only going to be one film? Are you going to have to put that in parts? In my opinion, that would have to be a part film. I think that might later be announced. Because I think it's going to get pushed back to 2027 instead of that 2026. But that might be later announced. But I don't know. So I have my worries just in general. So I'm more interested in what Sony's doing. If this Warhammer deal is I know it's probably got some time for that. Because right now they don't have directors. They don't have writers. Right now they're still trying to get the budget and rights to use Warhammer with Henry Cavill. And again, we'll talk about that on Monday. But if that's done properly, I'm going to be more interested in that because, again, that superhero fatigue, I want to see something different that's being done correctly. I wouldn't have superhero fatigue if it was being done correctly, but I want to see things being done correctly. Like we've got Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon coming out. You know, Rebel Moon is basically his adaptation of Star Wars. He took Rebel Moon as a Star Wars film. It wasn't Rebel Moon, but he took that idea to Lucasfilm and Disney. They turned it down because it was not what they wanted, the direction they wanted to go with Star Wars. He took it to Netflix, took the name Star Wars off. Boom, you got Rebel Moon. I'm interested as hell in that because I want to see what is this. Give me something new fantasy because right now Marvel's not making me happy. DC's in the middle of a reboot. Where do we go? What do we do? So then you've got Raymond that says, if they cancel Blue Beetle, bro, I'm telling you, if they cancel Blue Beetle, I miss the Jinx said Victoria Alonso should be next to go. Yeah, she said some questionable things on the purple carpet too during the premiere. Professor Film Fan actually said some of the critics who questioned the movement before Wakanda Forever on Twitter have been very quiet as well. Yep. Like I said, people are starting to realize there's been an awakening. People are realizing what's going on. D. Stizzle said the show must go on, but they opted for franchise. More names. I don't know, D. Stizzle, but I agree. Jeezy said Zachary Levi and Dwayne Johnson wouldn't even go near each other on the red carpet. Yeah, because he turned down the cameo in like they wanted him to be in Shazam, and he turned it down because it was a vanity project from day one. Zabel Block 40 said the current Avengers team couldn't beat me and 4 of my cousins in a fight. I'm not looking forward to any of it. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. The Chillmonger said, every year with T'Challa missing is a year where the top 10 superheroes are all white. Yep. But how much do you bet they're going to try to throw Wonder Man into some into a prominent role? To say, hey, shh. What do you think that I wonder what they're going to do with War Machine 2. And again, we've talked about the stuff with Sam. From what I've heard, the leaks we've talked about over here for New World Order, I don't know. Doesn't sound like Sam's going to get a lot of shine. We got Raymond that said, and it worries me because I fear that the fallout from this Henry Cavill stuff is going to be people not supporting the next group of DC movies, including Blue Beetle, causing the film to fail. I think Blue Beetle is going to do great in the box office because, again, that representation factor. They're going to go out. There are going to be people from the Hispanic community that go out in droves. I'm going to be there. I know I'm just one ticket, but a ticket nonetheless. But I think that the Hispanic community, from what I've seen, is excited overall anyway. I think they're going to go out in droves to this film, and I hope they do, and I hope that it is massively successful. Because, again, I think Sholo's a good actor, up-and-coming actor. I also think that Jaime Reyes is Blue Beetle with what Young Justice, because I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I was just major Blue Beetle fan. I became a major Blue Beetle fan after what Young Justice did with Jaime Reyes. I really love how they adapted him and things like that. And again, with what I've seen Sholo do and him being an upcoming actor, and I watched that interview with him, a few interviews with him talking about it and what it means to him and what it means to the culture and their community. I just hope that it does do well. I really do. Let's see. Jay Rich said, bro, I'm not going to lie. I'm new to Discord. How do you give my information up there? Yeah, Jay Rich, I was going to say, I need to get with you and I think somebody else. If I'll say something in the Discord right now. I'm going to just put Jay Rich. I just put that in the Discord right now. So Jay Rich, if you just click on my name on the Discord, you can send me a personal message, and that's how you can send me your mailing information and things, so that we can get that mailed out to you. Let's see. Professor Film Fan. Oh, let me go back up. Sorry, I'm a little ways away. Okay. Rhymes 17 said, I need to understand why they feel that we need to be fatherless to be powerful. How the heck does that make any sense? Yeah, I'm telling you, it's tropes. They love playing on it. They love playing on it all. Gray said, someone in the room needs to check them about playing on tropes in the black community when it comes to representation. Agreed. B. Smith said, I thought Verse was Monica's father, and as an adult, that was that's why she's unhappy with Captain Marvel. No, I don't think so. At least I didn't. I don't think so. It's been a while since I've seen Captain Marvel anyway. It's another film that I don't often or don't have plans to revisit. But yeah. Raymond said, I asked that chick if Chadwick Boseman was misogynistic for wanting the role recasted since she thought his family was, and she hasn't answered me since. See, people don't believe I got time. And people don't like to talk about that because, again, we can show interviews where Chadwick Boseman has not specifically come out and said, if I pass or anything like that, then yes, I want the role of T'Challa to be passed. But he has said, you know, the debilitating conversation he's had. He has said how important the character of T'Challa is and that the character should be continued on in media. So, you know, he's not just come out and said, if something happens with me, recast. But he has said how important that character is. So, yeah, no. People don't want to face that fact. Let's see. Vale Superb said Ryan was one of those kids that put a big plaster on a tiny scratch so everyone at school could be like, oh, poor Hugh, what happened? Needing attention. He also said he wants the narrative to be how he overcame his death instead of what Chad could have wanted. Exactly. Or would have wanted. Exactly. This whole thing became a personal project. It became a personal, my feelings, me, but I'm going to hide it over. I'm going to cover it with honoring Chadwick Boseman, but this is a me thing. This is my feelings. I can't look at the next young actor and say this. I can't do that. That's a me thing. It became a me project very fast instead of a project serving the overall MCU. Serving fans what we want. Serving the story that you told in your previous film. Official MG said, I got my friend group to join Recast T'Challa. They still enjoy the film, but they understand now why he should have been there and why he's necessary. Right. Completely agree. And that's cool. That's cool that people are starting to come around and seeing why this character is necessary. Comic Chameleon said James Gunn has made it very clear that he wants to go darker. Yeah. And then we've got D Stizzle saying Chadwick's own female cousin is sexist for saying he would want a recast is illogical as fuck. Yeah, like I said, with that one, that's one of those where you just quietly exit. But like Raymond said, he's got time. Marvelous D said, the fact is they have messed up Black Panther 2 and franchises when they had murdered T'Challa. Yep. Yeah. This franchise, I said this in the last video too, this franchise is dead. My dog T'Challa is in here. So every time I say his name, he sits up, but he thinks I'm talking to him. Let's see. Hungry Almighty said, as sad as I am to know Cavill is not Soups anymore, I'm excited for the reboot. Did you see the new? I did. The new logo for the new 52 team lineup, and if that's the new DC, then sign me up. Yeah, I did see that. On the dude's shirt. Or his hoodie. I did see that. Raymond 2000 said Ryan Coogler needs to go to therapy, and I'm being dead serious. Yeah, I've said that too. I've said so many times, if the conversation, if you thought that Wakanda Forever was anything but, morbidly disturbing, or you found that first scene, if you sat comfortably through it, called it cute or whatever, there's a wider conversation at play. And that's where we can involve therapists if need be. But there's a wider conversation at play. Let's see. Rhyme said, I agree. Ryan needs some serious counseling. Yep. D Stizzle said, there's casuals that aren't feeling this film. Yep, I've seen that. Officially MG said, actors are there to serve a story, not the other way around. Recast on. Yep. Yes, sir. Grace said, there is no movie with the characters that are left. Kid and Suri isn't going to be enough. Agreed. Staple Block said, M'Baku got beat up by Namor and Suri gave him the Debo treatment. Arm wrestling, really? Oh, yeah, I forgot all about that scene. They did arm wrestle, didn't they? I think that was about the time I was coming back in to sit down after I cooled off. I had to go out there, get some popcorn, think about what the fuck what am I watching? Like, what is this? Then I went back down and sat down. And, you know, from then on out, when I sat back down, my mood was completely different because the franchise was dead to me at that time. At that time, I realized I really don't give a fuck. I really don't care. So I completely forgot about the arm wrestling scene. I forgot they did that silly ass shit. Yeah, bro. Like, yeah. Rhyme said, I still can't see it. ATP point, I'm side-eyeing the D plus release. It's giving I can do without BP2. When is that releasing on? I'm not paying for Disney Plus right now. I'm not paying for it till Mando season 3, but what is that? What's that releasing? When is that releasing on Disney Plus? Did they push that back? Latrice said Phase 4 has turned me into a casual MCU fan, honestly, and I used to love watching deep dive videos and theories. Now I don't care. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Johnny said, what if a criminal held your family hostage and was like, watch BP Wakanda Forever again in its entirety or your family gets it? What would you do? Well, I love my family. So, I would have to watch the film in its entirety again. I can't let my family go. Can't let my mama go. Or the rest of them. I love the others too. but all of them. Yeah, no, I'd have to watch it. But that would be the only other time. Then after that, we'd have to get rid of the robber because that would be an immense amount of torture that he would put me through. Have y'all seen American Horror Story? You remember when Gabby's character, I forget her character's name, but when she took off Sister's head, I forget her name too. It wasn't. It's Madame Lalaurie. I forget. Yeah, Madame Lalaurie, whatever her whole name was. Took off her head because she was immortal. Made her watch Roots. And she cried through the whole thing. That's how I would do through Wakanda Forever. That torture. That's the torture I would feel. I would feel tortured watching that again, and I'd have to muddle through for the family. But yes, my family would definitely have to survive. The Jinx said, hey, who is excited for the Echo show? You know, I saw something at the Echo show the other day, and I was like, bro, I kept scrolling. I was like, oh, who cares? Like, I don't know. It's going to do low numbers, too. I'm sorry. If you're excited for it, that's great. Let me know. I mean, we're going to watch it to review it over here, but yeah. Hungry Almighty said, Phase 4 doesn't have two characters the universe centers around. Phase 1 through 3 had Steve and Tony. We had T'Challa and Doctor Strange, but you got rid of one. Yep, there's no draw. Sable Block 40 said, well, Echo, we got Echo coming. Yeah. Ashra's here and said, great, the show is still on. What's the topic now? Oh, it's been the same topic. Just the DC stuff. You know, now I'm just reading through comments of what everybody's thinking on everything, but same topic. Raymond 2000 said, everybody is getting well thought out representation, both us when black people gonna have their own when black people gonna have their own franchise that can rival Batman, James Bond, and others. Well, we had one in the making, but they completely destroyed it. They had one. All they had to do was just continue the character, but they completely negated that and destroyed it. Sable Block 40 said Captain Marvel not only had a fatherless Monica, but a Nick Fury that couldn't fight and lost his eye to a space cat. Yep, that's why I've said too. Tell me anything about Nick in the MCU, since there's so much black representation in the MCU. B. Smith said, I think it's disrespectful to think more of the casual fans rather than the true comic book fans, because each of these projects are supposed to be love letters to us, the true fans. Yep, I agree. Ashra said they used one naval ship. Why not 100? Because it's Wakanda in the MCU, and they don't care, and they are nerfed, and that's not Wakanda. They can throw Wakanda's name on all the merchandise. They can throw Wakanda's name on, you know, when they transition scenes and Wakanda comes across the screen. They can throw Wakanda's name on whatever the fuck they want. That's not Wakanda. Just like that ain't T'Challa, that ain't Wakanda. I don't know what that is. Hungry Almighty said DC Teen Titans Robin, Star, Cyborg, Raven, Beast, Young Justice team from animated show, or Rebirth Titans, Nightwing, Wally West, Donna, Troy, Roy. I like Roy. Which young team would you rather see? I would rather see Young Justice team, honestly. Well, I don't know, because you got Starfire and Raven in the Titans, and I really love Raven, and I would like to see a live action Starfire done right. So, or actually just a Starfire live action. So I think maybe the Titans, honestly. But I really love Young Justice. Professor Film fan said, where were the Warriors from BP1 who were there on Challenge Day? Yeah, bro. Like I said, we did not explore Wakanda like advertised. You took out the main character, then you promised that in your advertisement that we were going to explore Wakanda, get richer and deeper and know Wakanda more, and we did not do any of that shit. All we did, but we found out how weak Wakanda is. We found out that there's only 10 people in their military. We found out that they've got ships, but they don't really use them. We found out that their strategy and their plan might have been a good plan on paper, but put into action was terrible. You plan to fight the water, your water adversaries in the water, and then you took a ship, which was, again, it neutralized them, which was a good idea. But the one thing, your thing that destroyed the Death Star, your little self-destruct mechanism is at the bottom of the ocean, where the Atlanteans can come in because they can swim in the fucking ocean and destroy your entire ship. So we learned that Wakanda's not intelligent. I mean, yeah, we learned shit about Wakanda, but it wasn't the learning I'm sure that they wanted us to learn about Wakanda. Or maybe it was. Maybe that was purposeful too. I don't know. The Jinx said, Echo is going to change the hierarchy and the power of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Raymond said, Marvel is in trouble. Kang is going to cough and take all of them out. Hungry Almighty said, if the top 3 leading Avengers are Shang-Chi, Sam Wilson, and Shuri, yeah, count me out. I'm done. That's what it is right now, at least from what we've seen. And now we talked about it maybe last week or the week before is when we talked about it, I believe. And now other trades are starting to come out and say things about it and say that this is what they're hearing, that the rumored big 3 right now are Shang-Chi, Sam, and Shuri. So, yay. Rhyme said, I love Misty Knight. Yep, I like Misty Knight too. I was actually looking at, Hypno, what's brother's name? Hypno, brother, Spider-Man's villain. And I appreciate the super chats. Let me go down there and address those. Let me address these super chats. Got one from Daniel that said, we got the $4. Appreciate you from Daniel. Appreciate you, brother. $4.99 spot from you. He said, I just hope that BP franchise don't turn to the Fox X-Men films where you're also distant from source where you don't care. Please recast the King. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Like, I pray that the franchise is not just... But, as I said, if T'Challa's not brought back, it's going to fall into one of those things where it's going to get worse and worse. It's going to get worse and worse. People aren't going to care. We got Rhymes with a $10 spot. Appreciate you, Rhymes. Appreciate you being here. We got one that said, just showing some support for the channel. Thank you. Loving the discussion as well as the content. Keep up the good work, and thanks for sharing. No, thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the very generous 10 spot. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you being here. Marvelous D, thank you. Hypno Hustler. When I was looking at the... Hypno Hustler and things like that, being the next villain for Spider-Man 4, which actually kind of blew my mind. When I saw Donald Glover, I just thought, oh, are they going to do Prowler? Are they actually going to have him? I mean, they already kind of did that with Into the Spider-Verse, but are they going to kind of do Prowler? But anyway, yeah, when I was looking that up, I saw that Luke Cage and Misty Knight had fought Hypno Hustler and kicked his ass. So yeah, I'm a Misty fan too. I like Misty Knight as well. D Stizzle said Wong was given a higher priority over T'Challa this phase. Let that sink in. Yep. Asterisk, that Secret Wars should be in parts like Infinity. It has to be. I don't know how you tell that story and it's not. Like, that's not a story you can tell in one film. I said that when it was announced, when Feige announced it, whatever it was. I think it was at SDCC. Yeah, at San Diego Comic-Con when it was announced there. And they only put the one. I was like, it's just one? There's no way. There's no way you can tell that story with just one film. But yeah, it has to be 2 parts. I agree. Maybe even 3, honestly, but it could be done in 2. Raymond said, I have superhero fatigue now. Where the hell is Avatar live action series? Bro, we still have a little bit, unfortunately. Oh, the series for Netflix. I think they said maybe fall or winterish of 2023, so we still have a little bit, but not too long, but fall or winterish of 2023. But as far as like Avatar Studios and what Paramount Studios is doing, that's not coming until like 2025. We still have a little bit because they're doing the movie over the Aang's gang, and they're going to be older and everything like that. Then we've heard that they're supposed to be doing that Solo Zuko movie and things like that. So they've got plans over there, and I'm ready to see the plans that Avatar Studios is doing. I do want to see the Netflix live action series. I really do. I'm a big ATLA fan, so I really want to see the live action series. I'm trepidatious from M. Night Shyamalan's movie that he did, because that was shit. But from what I've seen, the set photos and the casting and things like that for ATLA's Netflix series looks like it might be okay. So we're definitely going to be covering it. Rhymes also said, right, Wongers over T'Challa, like what in the world, what world are we living in? Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that T'Challa's just completely sidelined. It's insane. Pert Minded said, watch more anime. I say, everybody's trying to get me into anime. I'm gonna take a Dragon Ball journey with Kellen. Me and him have kind of talked about it. Let's see. Comet Chameleon said, but I'm going to let you know this too. One of the Russo brothers were asked in a brief interview, would you be interested in doing another comic movie? And said, DC vs. Vampires got us interested. Oh, really? The Russos have also done several interviews talking about Secret Wars and things like that. I believe, even though they say they're not coming back to Marvel for it would be a decade before they're able to return, I just don't believe that. I'm calling an Andrew Garfield werewolf moment. They have said in several interviews that they want to do X-Men and they want to do Secret Wars. And I believe that, with us not having an announcement for Secret Wars, a director, we know who's writing it, Michael Waldron, but we don't have a director yet. I think that it could really be announced that it's going to be the Russos, and who better hands to have it in than the Russos? If the Russos brought T'Challa back in, again, I don't want a variant to be the mainstay at all. But if we got to see him in Secret Wars and got to see him at least play a role, as maybe the Russos understanding and listening, because Joe Russo put out that TikTok a few days ago about fans complaining to him still about Black Widow. He put out him playing a tiny violin and crying. So obviously they hear fans, they see what things people are saying. I'm sure they've seen and heard the pushback for T'Challa not being in the MCU. Obviously, maybe, again, we don't want a variant to be the mainstay T'Challa, but to give fans, us Recast fans, T'Challa fans, a sense of that you are listening, that you do care. The Russos might be the ones to incorporate him in the film from another universe, and we all know that they handled him beautifully in Civil War. So I wouldn't be against that. I still would be really hurt with, okay, I got him, but bye-bye, now he's gone again. That would piss me off. But if they do bring him back, I wouldn't mind that at all. I really wouldn't. We've got Hungry Almighty that said, superhero fatigue does not exist. We fans will never stop loving these comic book characters. Trash superhero movie fatigue exists. Woke politics forces represent superhero fatigue exists. Yeah, I agree with that too. Demar said, would love to see Aqualad 2. Yeah, I would love to see, yes, I would love to see Aqualad 2. I really love Young Justice, bro, and I love the whole arc that they do with the Aqualad and everything that's going on. I hope that season 5 is greenlit, because I don't even know if we know if season 5 is greenlit, but I would hope so. Let's see. Officially MG said, if the content was good, superhero fatigue wouldn't exist. Agreed. Latrice said, I think it was a mistake not to give Sam the super soldier serum, but make him the new Cap. I agree too, because it's a regular man in a vibranium suit, and you're expecting me to believe that he's going to lead a bunch of super powered individuals into battle? Like, this is a regular man. And don't tell me like, well, Darius, Tony Stark was a regular man in an iron suit. Yeah, big fucking difference. Big difference. Iron Man, the Iron Man suit was way more capable, and I'm just going off of things we saw within the MCU of the current suit Sam has, than the suit that's made of vibranium. Because I think that's really the only good thing about the suit, is that it's made of vibranium, and it protects Sam. That's it. The shit he's doing, that's just shit he's doing. So yeah, no, I agree. Valley Superb said, is Sholo light-skinned enough for the Hispanic/Latino community? From what I've seen, a lot of people have really been digging him as Jaime. So, I guess it's yet to be seen, but they have a lot of Hispanic representation in there from the cast. I don't remember everybody that's in there, but the cast, it's a lot of representation. So I think just from other fans being fans of these individuals that are a part of the cast, that could have a draw too, even for ones that don't know who Jaime Reyes is. Because, again, let's not pretend that Jaime Reyes, Blue Beetle, because I said that to someone at work today. I was like, hey, it's my partner at work. His name's Juan. I really like Juan a lot. I told Juan, I was like, hey, you interested in possibly going to see Blue Beetle when it comes out? And he would just come with us when we all go see it. And he's like, yeah. But he's like, Blue Beetle? Who's Blue Beetle? And, I explained it to him and things like that. But, people don't really know who Blue Beetle is. So, but I'm hoping that the community really does go out for it. But that's a good question. Comic Chameleon said, also, can you send A-OK, I got comic for you, bro. Yes, I can. Are you in the Discord, Comic Chameleon? Block 40 said, the excuse of superhero fatigue is David Blaine level misdirection. Instead of saying our content was dumpster truck juice, sorry fan base. Yeah, really. That's it. That's all you got to do. Because I agree with you. Rhyme said, I can't watch Sam being Captain America without anxiety because I'm always convinced he's going to have his button handed to him. Yeah. Or butt. Okay, you did mean butt. Button handed to him. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a regular man in a suit. Like, no. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 box office may be affected by the new hate for James Gunn. Ooh, that's a maybe. B. Smith said that was a joke. They called Carol Danvers first. Oh, okay. Dan the Man said, I believe T'Challa would be recasted. Heading into the new year, I feel just being optimistic. Hey, and again, I don't want to crush anybody's optimism. I'm so glad that somebody out there is still able to have that optimism. I'm not stopping the recast conversation. I'm not going to stop the soldiering on over here. I'm just not optimistic in any way, just because Marvel has not given me anything to be optimistic about. Ashra said, Captain Marvel is a movie that's in Darius' trash pile. No, it is. It is. It's in my trash pile. It's one that I don't care to watch again. Paula said, a few months ago, Nate Moore did an interview practically giddy that Sam was a regular guy who could be beat up. I'm telling you, every time, I think I shared on my Instagram story when he was talking about the whole, it's a red flag when people know the comics, because we don't want people that know the comics to be writers, which was wild that he even said that. But I posted that on my Instagram story. I said they absolutely have to tell him to shut the actual fuck up. Like, he's got to stop getting out here and saying some of the things he's saying, because as fans, we're starting to look like, what is going on over at like, why is he saying that? Like, that's troubling. Like Umar said, that disturbs me when you say things like that, or when shit like that is going on. Like, that's disturbing. Let's see. Ashra said, How is a niece supporting her dead uncle sexist? What nonsense from anti-recasters. I'm telling you, they come in with these... They come into the space and it's always nonsense. That's why when Raymond posted that, I was like, bro, I can't even with that. Like, I have no words for that. She debunked her own argument. Brandon said, at this point, we need to hope that another company buys Marvel from Disney that just needs a total reboot and fresh start with comic accurate portrayals, just as James Gunn is doing with DC. I mean, yeah. Grand Regent Thrag, appreciate you being here. Said, fellas, I did not get y'all's alert. So pissed, man. I'm sorry I'm late. No, you're good, bro. We appreciate you being here, though. Asher said that, too. He said he didn't get a notification either. Let's see. He said, Asher is saying they're those that were against recast, but they saw BP2 and changed to wanting recast T'Challa, or to wanting T'Challa back. Yeah. I've seen a lot of that too. Grand Regent Thrag said, yeah, I blocked all the channels posting Black Panther bashing show or Bashanga show. Yeah, yeah, I was like, when I saw that the first time, I was like, it's a nice idea. I don't see that in Marvel's future right now. TJ's their future. That's the stories they want to tell. The Man 9000 said, as long as James Gunn reboots all of the DC and keeps nothing, then it's all good. DC needs a fresh start. Yeah, I agree. They need a fresh start. T'Challa, be still. Sit down. Stop. Don't you think you should be sitting down? No. We're not doing that. No. Get off. Let's see. Stop, T'Challa. Raymond 2000 said, Echo is gonna suck, but at least it'll be better than Wonder Woman 84. The last Wonder Woman movie too soon. Maybe not. Maybe not too soon. T'Challa, stop it. Get down. Get down. Get off. Sit down. T'Challa. No. Stop. Yusai said, the funny thing is, Echo was made when they didn't have Daredevil. We have him now. The show is confirmed. What's the point of Echo? Maybe she can be the new Black Panther next, because it's a mantle. I mean, you know, that with that logic, that's what they think. It's a mantle. But you know what? That mantle conversation has slowly died down. That mantle conversation went out the window with what that one tweet that everybody was tagging me in, where she was like, "This is your T'Challa." They couldn't even let a female shine, or whatever she was saying. That mantle conversation went completely out the window with all that. Pookie Wood said, Monica Rambeau is the only black hero I'm excited about in the MCU. I'm excited for Monica too. I'm hoping, again, as I've said, they don't nerf her. Ross Dog Broken Spirit said, I think the DC got rebooted because they were scared to fire the Flash actor. Scared to fire Miller. You know, we all kept saying we need to see Flash. We need to see Flash to know what happens with the DC universe. But I wonder, since it doesn't matter now, I wonder if they kept the Henry Cavill cameo scene, because he did film a scene for Flash. I wonder if they're going to put that in, or is that just going to piss fans off even more, seeing that? So they might even just keep that shit out, because that might just piss fans off more. The fans that are already upset, they might just be like, and then this is digging deeper into the wound, pouring salt on the wound, because now we're seeing him as Superman even more, and we already know he's not continuing as Superman. So, yeah, there could be a deal, though, that, you know, because they didn't want to fire Miller. Yusai said, Wakanda sometimes numbers definitely proves that they didn't hit the mark with their base at all. No. Raptor Cloak said, I'd love to ask Ryan Coogler and Marvel why it's too soon to recast T'Challa, but it wasn't too soon to bury him. Yeah. But, you know, it wasn't too soon to recast T'Challa in their eyes, because in their eyes, TJ is the recast. And they recast him. After everything they said, I mean, because again, I just take it to what Ryan or Nate Moore said. I couldn't look at the next young actor that wasn't Chadwick Boseman and say you're T'Challa, but you did that with Divine, and Divine's fine. Bless that young little boy. He came in. He did his job as an actor. He played the role. He just did what he was told to do as an actor. So it's nothing on the kid at all. The kid is a fine actor. But if you couldn't look at the next young actor that wasn't Chadwick and call him T'Challa, why was it so easy for you to do that with Divine? Why was that so hard for you to do with a Damson Idris, a Yolande Noel, an Aldous Hodges, or the rest of them? So it's all strange to me. Well, it's all hypocritical, double standards, contradictory. It's Nate Moore being Nate Moore. Grand Region Thrag said, Cavill is my favorite Superman, and I'm old enough to remember. Yep, he's my favorite Superman. B. Smith said, this is the important message. We had a franchise and they completely destroyed. Think all of the different examples given. Everything was done to completely dismantle the franchise. Yeah. It took me all the way down to the bottom. Hold on. D. Sizzle said, giving Echo her own show this early in the game is extremely odd. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it either. I don't get it. I'm interested on the numbers. I'm interested on what it's going to do in numbers. Astra said, question, could they use exploding mines against the non-Atlanteans, or just use devices in the water that shocks them to death, otherwise boil them? I mean, they could do something like that. I mean, they could have done explosives. They could have done anything, bro, that wasn't charging literally into the enemy's territory charging into where they're going to be the most formidable in the water. And then putting the thing that can destroy your ship at the bottom of the ship in the water. Like, either one of those ideas that you just said would have worked 10 times better than what they did. And at the end of that battle, the Wakandans were surrounded. It took Namor coming up corny as that was, saying, put down your weapons, we're going home. Like, what? And then for them to try to twist and justify that at the end with him saying, with us sparing Wakanda, basically, with us, Wakanda might come to our aid later, or need us, or whatever. When we need them, they'll come and help because we spared, or like whatever he said. I don't really remember. But, tried to wrap a bow around that nonsense. And I was like, bro, no, that was terrible. B. Smith said, what is the goal of Wakanda Forever? Is it to weaken the pride built upon from the first movie? I truly don't believe it's about their feelings. I don't know what the point of it is. I know they said it was to honor Chadwick. I saw nothing honoring Chadwick besides the intro of the Marvel logo, where it was Chadwick, all his appearances as Black Panther. That was cool. But I didn't see anything. I don't know what the point of the film was. I don't know. To tell a morbid story. That's what I keep going to. Raymond said, I would have appreciated the whole Wakanda versus Atlanteans thing if they built off of the earthquake reference. Yes. In Endgame, basically signaling to us that they've had tension for quite some time. Yes. Why? Because even in my headcanon, still in my headcanon, that's what that meant in Endgame. Even though the writers have said, oh, no, we didn't think about that. The fans are smarter than we are because we never thought about that. Wish we would have, or whatever. In my headcanon, that's what it is. Because that just makes the most sense to me. T. Stizzle said, top flight security, y'all. Yeah, bro. That's what Wakanda's got. Official Liam G said, the next big three should have been T'Challa, Carol, and Steven. Yep. Or maybe even Thor at one of those spots, but I agree. B. Smith said, if those are the big three now, bring back Kilgrave, the Purple Man, Jessica Jones, and he will defeat them faster than Thanos did. Then we got AJ the Funnel God said, I wish the MCU would bring in Luke Cage. Mike Coulter is perfect casting in my opinion. Is Mike Coulter the one that played him before? I always forget brother's name that played him before. Raymond said, smarter
Smarter than they were in the film. I would have even appreciated if we got more rooted history between Wakanda and Atlantis, or excuse me, Talakon. yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah, bro. Like, didn't the Kukulkan say T'Challa's name? Didn't he say something about T'Challa? I forgot what he said about T'Challa. I don't remember. He said something though when he first arrived in Wakanda. D Stizzle said T'Challa, Monica, Steven for me. Yeah, that'd be dope. Stable Block 40 said, I wonder who's going to be Marvel's Mystique, a secondary character may be a focal point. I was thinking about that. Me and our producer Henry, we were talking about that the other day. Like, who do we think is going to be? She's definitely going to be covered up. She's definitely going to be like she looked in the comics. I don't know if they're going to do that exact outfit where she's going to be in like the white, a white dress or whatever. But she's definitely not going to be like she was in the Fox universe in Marvel's. But I do wonder who is going to play her. That is very interesting. Rhymes said, so far Secret Wars is the project I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Secret Wars 2. I am. I'm trepidatious, but I'm looking forward to it because I love that storyline, the comics. I love shooters, but Hickman's is my favorite because I just love how it all plays out. The way Hickman beautifully told that story, how time runs out, just bleeds right into everything. I love that. So yeah, it's one of my top ones too. Raymond said, Darius, I'll take a variant any day, anytime. Give TJ a dad. Give TJ some happiness. He's just a boy. I don't want a variant, bro. I just don't. I don't. Gray said, variants getting taken out just as soon as they are introduced. Wakanda's movie literally proved that. Or Wanda's movie. Yeah. Wanda's movie did. That's what I'm saying. Like, that 838 stuff. Like, yeah, bro. Gray said, Chill said, Season 5 of Young Justice is unlikely. Gunn said the reboot will utilize... Oh, really? I didn't know he said it was going to utilize animation, too. Well, that fucking sucks. So we're not going to get that story finished with Young Justice and figure out what's going on with Zod and everything. That sucks, bro. That sucks. That really does. Because there's so many great stories even outside of Zod going on currently within Young Justice. That's why you love Young Justice. Because even when we're not focused on some of the characters that we were focused on maybe in Season 3 or Season 2, when you meet them again, their stories have progressed behind the scenes. Like, Young Justice is just such a great show. DC's animation is great. We all know that. But that sucks. That really sucks. Grand Regent Thrag said, Tony is also a billionaire, which is a superpower, and a genius, which is a superpower. Yeah, that's true too. Genius. That is true. Rhymes said, Gray. No, she's laughing with Gray. Demar said, what's your opinion on Deadpool 3 with Hugh Jackman? I think Deadpool is one of my most anticipated Marvel, is that Phase 5? Yeah, Phase 5 films. I believe that's Phase 5. It's one of my most anticipated, though. I'm really looking forward to Deadpool. One, because of Ryan Reynolds getting to play within the MCU with that humor and him brilliantly portraying Deadpool as he's already done. Two, Hugh Jackman coming back as Wolverine and saying that he's going to be a much angrier Wolverine than we've ever seen before, and we're going to see multiple versions of Wolverine throughout this. He's going to have on the classic X-Men, either the brown and yellow or the yellow and blue suit. We don't know which one yet. I think it's the yellow and blue. The Fantastic Four original cast is supposed to show up in this. Danger is supposed to be the main villain. Danger from Xavier's Mansion Danger Room. The AI that forms and becomes sentient and everything like that. She's supposed to be the main villain. Sean Levy, the director, has said that it's going to be the most brutal, expected to be one of the most brutal and rated R Deadpool film we have seen. So I'm pretty hype on it because I've not heard too much of anything bad. And the writers have said too that there hasn't been anything they've written in so far, and they've written some pretty crazy things. These are their words, that they've written some pretty crazy things, and they haven't written anything so far that Disney's been like, nah, you can't do that. So I'm pretty excited for it. And until I hear something negative, I'm pretty excited for it. Grace said, let's see. Oh, fuck. It went back up. I went back down. Raymond said, at this point, by Disney, I'll miss the theme parks, the cruise, and the Disney stores in every major city near you. But if it's just to get T'Challa back, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. I'm there with you, too. Grand Regent Thrax said, LOL dog is turned. Bro, I'm telling you. Like, my other dog is in here, too. I don't want to say his name because then it turns into a whole fucking deal. But he's in here too, but he's so calm. He's chill. Like I said, you guys will probably, if you see him, it's like, I don't know, like it'll be rare. But T'Challa's ass, bro, there is no chill button. He's always turned. He's like that all the time. Rhymes said, "Aw, sweet boy." He is a sweet boy. He really is. He really is a sweet boy. He is my shadow. There's not a if I step to the right, he steps to the right. If I go anywhere, he is right behind me every step of the way. Astra said, "Get T'Challa to bed." D Sizzle said, "Everybody hates Chris." Everybody hates Chris. Yeah, he's laying under me right now. Grace said they kicked out Cavill and Godot cameos. Okay, they did. I thought, okay. I wasn't sure if they were going to do it. I mean, I figured they would because it'd be pouring salt in the wound at that point. So I figured they would. Raymond said, if there's any win in this DC reboot situation, it's Gal Gadot will no longer grace our screens as Wonder Woman. Raymond, I really don't mind Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. Thank you, Black Jesus. I'd rather have Wendy Williams. Oh, no, not Wendy. Grace said the young kid didn't cost that much. Damson, Yolande, and Aldous would have cost more. Yeah, I agree. Comic Chameleon said, "Mama, keep it 100. Black Panther 1 was too much black man pride, and they said we got to get at the black women, too masculine, too honest, too much pride as men." They definitely did. It's like Umar said, 90% of the film is women, and again, I have nothing. That's not. I hate having to defend that. I don't even know why I should. I don't have to defend that saying right there, because after I say that, I feel like I immediately have to say that's not me being misogynistic, because that's what you'll be flooded with. That's not me being misogynistic though. Like. Women were in the first BP film and it was great, but we also had the men there with them. And in this film, it doesn't exist. The whole M'Baku had more time. No, he did not, bro. It just didn't exist. D Stizzle said, I think Marvel greenlit Echo because she's a deaf character, but the actress they chose is very inexperienced. Hawkeye was her first acting gig. Yeah, I remember them saying that was her first I remember it coming out that was her first acting gig. Raymond said the goal of Wakanda Forever, according to many white pundits, is to teach us how to grieve. Cough, Eric Voss. Yeah, y'all know how I feel on that one. The teaching me how to grieve. I don't need to be taught how to grieve in my community. Grand Regent Thrax said they didn't even wish Chadwick happy birthday. No, they didn't. No, they did not. I remember that. We were talking about that on Chad's birthday. They did not. But again, they care about just like how they say it's to honor Chadwick, Wakanda Forever. Is the Chadwick Boseman Foundation going to see any of the profit from Wakanda Forever? Since you want to honor Chad, is anything that he had his hand in when it came to charities going to see a profit from Wakanda Forever? Since it's to honor Chad. Is his family going to see anything from the film? Yeah, these are all questions. Raymond 2000 said, in my head canon, Atlantis is still Atlantis, and Azuri and Namor or his mom had beef, and this beef has gone through the decades down to T'Challa. That'd be dope too. In my head, I pictured Black Panther versus Namor and Wakanda versus Atlantis to have finally battle like the Lord of the Rings and Endgame. Bring out the elephants, bring out the rhinos, the whales, all of that, bro. Yeah, it would have been dope. Grace says she didn't win no Oscar, but she's improved a lot since her FNF days. Let's see. We've got Raymond that said, Like that scene in Injustice when the Atlantis army rose out of the ocean with the crabs and stuff, and the Mascara came out with their army. This was a missed opportunity. Thanks, Nathaniel. Yeah. It took me to the bottom. Hold on. Get back up. Oh, I wasn't that far. Okay. Well, now I can't find it. Where was I? Oh, there I am. Okay. Staple Block 40 said, Secret Wars and Doom Wars doesn't even work without T'Challa, does it? No. Like, and again, the whole lie that Doctor Doom was never in Wakanda Forever, again, is a lie. Like Kellen says on the channel, Nate Gonna Lie More. That's his entire name. Nate Gonna Lie More. Like, no. Like, it doesn't work without T'Challa. It does not. Secret Wars. I mean, you can put anybody in that spot, but again, that doesn't work without T'Challa. Time runs out they're adapting Jim Shooter's version, and they're going to adapt Jonathan Hickman's, but time runs out opens with T'Challa, with him seeing a collision about to happen with 616 from Wakanda, and then assembling the Illuminati. Like, no, it doesn't. It does not. It doesn't. It does not work without him. Comic Chameleon said, hey, I have a project I would like to discuss with you. It's a Mark Miller movie. Yeah, but like I said, anything. I'll talk anything with any of you. Anything you want to talk about, just get with me in the Discord, or if you follow me on Twitter, it might be easier too. If you DM me on Twitter, I see those probably easier. Unless you direct message me on Discord. If you message me in the main chat, it's gonna get lost. I'm not gonna see it. And so unless you message me directly on Discord, you can DM me on Twitter, and I'll definitely see those. Let's see. Gray said, I wanted to see the new Furies with Kara and Marvel, or Mary Marvel, damn it. We got K-Pack, appreciate you being here, said the only good superhero material we got for the last 2 years was from Amazon with Invincible and The Boys. That's true. Not from Marvel and DC. Feige and James Gunn want to tell their stories, not the stories the fans love. I agree. I agree with you. That is very true. D. Stizzle said Hickman's a genius. If you read his Fantastic Four to New Avengers / Avengers to End of Secret Wars, it's all, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why that a lot of people thought reading that when it was all first coming out that was going to be the end of Marvel was going to reboot the comics after that, but it's just because the way that Hickman was telling it was so bro, it's so good. It's so good. I love the way it's so good. Damn, took me down to the bottom again. Then we've got Raymond that also said, I'm not even excited for Deadpool 3. That's a tragedy. I really am. Demar said, it'll be nice if they add Ikari in the Daredevil Born Again series. He's basically Daredevil without blindness. I know Spider-Man's in the Daredevil Born Again series. I know just from things that we've heard about the leak that they're going to be adapting Devil's Reign. Kingpin is going to be maybe put as mayor sometime during the series. And those events are going to bleed into Spider-Man 4, which is why I was kind of confused with the whole Hydro conversation going around. But yeah. Let's see. Chill said, for the Chadwick Boseman Foundation, don't be silly. There were no profits. D. Stizzle said, apparently the film hasn't made any real profit. I'm sure. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I know. I mean, I know that the film hasn't made any profit or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, even if it did, that Marvel had no intentions of giving shit to anything that Chadwick Boseman was a part of, simply because it was all a sham that this was for Chadwick Boseman in the first place. Raymond said, if you're going to monetize off of Chadwick's death, at least give some of the money to the foundation. I agree. Comic Chameleon said, it's time for some independent comics. I would love to see a movie with Prodigy.
We were just talking about Prodigy a few nights ago. I think it's when we were playing Marvel Encyclopedia or something like that. We were playing one of those, but we brought up Prodigy. D Sizzle said, "Tried to capitalize off a man's death and end up owing money." Yeah, that's what. This is what and then people come in and try to say, "Oh, the film's doing great. It's profits, making money." No, it's not. No, it's not. But go off. But it's not. D Stizzle said Hickman's story started with everything dies, ending with everything lives. Yep. Demar said, please bring Iron Fist into Shang-Chi 2. Recast him first, but I agree. No, Raymond, not Prodigy for mindless behavior. Stable Block 40 said maybe Daredevil will run the story where T'Challa takes over from Matt. Wait, oh sorry. Yeah, there is that whole story too. I mean, I really don't know. Like I said, until Marvel gives me some type of indication that he's coming back, I'm not hopeful with any of that shit. I at all. I just don't see it happening. I don't see and you know, as I've said before with what Ryan Coogler has said, they're just gonna take T'Challa's comic stories and give them to TJ. That's how they're gonna tell those stories. That's all I've seen, at least. That's how I'm figuring it. They're gonna tell those stories with T'Challa or with TJ, with T'Challa's comic stories, though. They're gonna adapt those. So, yeah. Yeah, if you guys, if anybody has anything else that they want to talk about or anything else that's, let's see, we've got my mother in the chat, actually. My mom is in the chat. Everybody say hello to my mom, Dee Dee Hawkins there. That's her handle name. My mom is here. Hello, Mama. Appreciate you being here and everybody else. So I'll cool it out a little bit on the getting angry and cussing. My mother's ears are here, so I won't cuss in front of moms. But Comic Chameleon, we've got where you said Marvel is on dialysis. It's over people unless they make a super spin around, but DC is looking good. That's what I'm saying. DC doesn't look bad. They don't. DC does not look bad, especially with the reboot. They don't look like it'll be bad at all. I'm hopeful, at least, for sure. Official MG said need Prodigy in the MCU, and actually black LGBTQ character from the comics and on screen. Like that sounds like a dream. Yeah, bro, it'd be nice if they could have representation in all avenues and have a character, LGBTQ character, on screen that we could see and portrayed accurately. So I agree. D Stizzle said David Listrun. Comic Comedian said, hello, ma'am. How are you today? Everybody telling mom hi. Appreciate you guys. Deshaun Williams said, do you think Blue Marvel will ever show up at the MCU? There was that rumor. I hope I'm not getting sick. I really feel, because I've been stuffy today, I really feel that I am. I've been having to stay late at work and things. We had man. Anyway, let me answer this question. Do you think that Blue Marvel will ever show up in the MCU? There was that rumor that Blue Marvel was going to show up in the Marvels film for 2023, the Marvels, but not heard it. Well, actually, what have we heard about that? Help me out, chat. I forget the actor's name that we've heard that was supposed to show up in as Blue Marvel or something like that. I forget his name. At one point, long time ago, it was Will Smith rumored, but then since it's been something else. But we've got the rumor that he was supposed to show up in the Marvels, despite not being a Marvel. Shamir Anderson, that's what it was. Thank you, CGZ. It was Shamir Anderson that's supposed to, I believe, rumored to show up as Blue Marvel in the Marvels film. So I would love it. I hope that they could do it. I mean, you've taken away T'Challa, so you can give us Adam Bashir, give us some type of black strong representation. But I guess my question to you guys, do you think that they would nerf Blue Marvel? Do you think that we'd get an accurate Adam Bashir on screen?
Gray said Avatar 2 is fixing to get all Wakanda Forever screenings. It has flopped hard. Yeah, bro. And like I said, Avatar 2 is tracking right now to make $525 million in its opening weekend. After word of mouth goes around, because I work with someone that saw it last night that said it's amazing. Official MG said he saw it too. He said it was good too. So for people that have already seen it, after the word of mouth comes out and people, because the dude I work with said it's better than the first one. After word of mouth comes out and it goes around, imagine what that could possibly do for the box office for the second weekend, for the third weekend, for the fourth. I told you guys when we talked about it a few nights ago on Tuesday, I'm projecting it's going to get $2 billion. I really think so. I really do. And if it does, like Gray said, it's going to take a massive poop all over Wakanda Forever. Let's see. Chillmonger said, it's mom, quick, hide the weed. Chill. That's my dude, bro. I really do mess with Chill heavy. I appreciate Chill always inviting me on your channel. I appreciate, the friendship too that we've kind of formed here. So go check out Chill. Everybody that's here, you guys know Chill. You guys already have. So appreciate you, Chill. Asherah said they only got past the budget to finally break even. They still haven't started with the $100 million marketing money. With $300 million. If it doesn't make 1.5 bill, it's a flop. Well, it's a flop because it in no way in this universe is it doing those numbers. So it's a flop. More people just saying hello to my mother. Raymond said, I remember when we all thought Blue Marvel was going to be in WandaVision as the scientist person Monica knew. Boy, how disappointed we were. I remember that too. There was a lot of things we all thought was going to go on with WandaVision that didn't happen, but Raymond said, I'm not familiar on Prodigy. I'm going to have to look into him. Yes, definitely look into him. Definitely look into Prodigy. Prodigy's over there with the X-Men, I believe, right? Yeah. J-Rob said, I heard Blue Marvel was going to end up being Frank Rambeau. I don't know how I would feel about that. I hope not. It better be Adam Brashear. Don't take another black superhero and do what you want to do with him. And no. Again, then you're going to have another DC. You're going to have another hashtag on your hands. No. Casuals don't even know who Adam Brashear is. K-Pac said, WB's gonna regret letting go of Henry Cavill. He was perfect as Superman. It was the writers and Snyder who ruined his image. Nobody wants to see a young Superman. I definitely don't want to see. I don't. I want to see a primed Superman. You guys know I've said over here plenty of times. I want to see a already established league. Like, I don't want to build to the league. Like, I don't want the 10-year plan to be, the last movie's the league, bro. Like, and judging by what they're doing, the league's not even established right now. If Superman's still young, and that means we gotta wait to see the Justice League. That's gonna be like, bro, by the time we get there, we're gonna be like, I must speak for myself. 10 years? I'm sorry to even say this out loud. Like, in a few weeks I turn 30, but So 10 years? Let me 40, bro. 40 when I see the Justice League on screen. I don't want to see that. Like, what? Come on. Comic Chameleon said, I saw it and it was magnificent. The story is just sorry, keep going down. The story is, hold on, let me find you again. All right, I saw it and it is magnificent. The story is just riveting. James Cameron showed he knows how to make a goddamn action film. I've heard nothing but good things about it. I've heard people saying it's better than the first. I've heard nothing but good things about it. B. Smith said, yeah, they would nerf him beyond belief. There is no way
there is no way far destroying the Black Panther franchise will they allow a true representation of Adam Bashir. That's why I'm worried about Monica as well. Because Monica in comics is honestly one of Marvel's strongest characters. You put her in Infinity War, as I said before, Thanos, there's no Thanos problem. Like, no. Like, Monica's power, bro. So, that's why I'm honestly worried that they're going to nerf her, too. Raymond said, or J-Rob said, they nerfed Blue Marvel for Carol's sake. Which makes me want to puke, to be honest, yeah? Raymond said, it went down, hold on, Raymond. Raymond said, so it's too soon to say that Black Panther 2 wasn't profitable. No. I think that needs to be shouted from the rooftops. That needs to be told worldwide. That needs to be told so everybody can just be quiet about the box office. It's what we have all said it was going to be. Official EMG said Avatar 2 way better than the first. Wow. It's Steph making 2 bill. I completely agree. I believe you. Like, that was real blockbuster cinema. Marvel DC, take notes. I am so excited. I want to see it, bro. Like, but we can't get tickets to like we could probably go to a Saturday showing, but I'm trying to go like to a night showing. But as of right now, everything tonight was sold out, so we couldn't go see it tonight. So we might try to go see it Sunday, maybe. It just depends. We do want to see it, though. I want to see it before Monday because I'm supposed to be on Mike's show. But am I going to be able to do that with our stream? I don't know. There's so many things I'm supposed to do. But, yeah, I do want to see it before Monday because I'm supposed to go on Mike's show and talk with him about the box office and everything. So, yeah. And if you guys don't know, that's Tim. Tim's show. Sorry, I said Mike's show. Tim's show. I'm supposed to go on Tim's show. So check Tim's channel out too. I'm also subscribed. Tim was in our last live, or he was in the chat at least. So definitely check him out. Let's see. Raymond said, and since they're starting the Oscars consideration, do you think we'll get script release for Love and Thunder, Doctor Strange, Wakanda Forever? Because I want to see how they actually wrote this. Maybe. I don't know if we'll ever see a Wakanda one. I don't know if we'll ever see a Wakanda one because I think that would just really piss fans off even more. To see what the story was you were going to do are you talking about Wakanda Forever one? Or are you talking about what it was going to be? Because if it's what it's going to be, I don't think we'll ever see it. They're going to hide that away. They've already thrown that away. B. Smith said, you're the same as my youngest daughter. Oh, okay. 29. Yeah, I turned 30 in a few weeks. I'm a Capricorn. January in a few weeks. My friends keep saying, oh, we're about to do something big. And I keep telling them, you're doing it big by yourself because I won't. I love them. I love my friends. Thank you so much for thinking of me. I always tell them that. But no, bro, I don't want to. Like, I should probably want to celebrate, but I don't. I don't at all. It's just, yeah. Let's see. We've got... Professor Film saying that said the first film should be a Justice League. Yes, it should. It absolutely should be a Justice League film. Absolutely. Deshaun said, the day they make a live action Teen Titans movie, I'll prob cry. Yeah. Yeah, bro. I'd cry too. Because I love the Teen Titans, especially with our generation. I don't know everybody's ages in the chat and everything like that, but everybody is aware of the Teen Titans show that came on Cartoon Network. I loved that show. There were so many tones and arcs, stories that were told within that were mature stories being told. Like, of course, it wasn't like blood and cussing and things like the animation on HBO Max for DC, but it was some darker tones told for some of that stuff, and it was great. I loved Teen Titans. Let's see. Raymond 2000 said, at least we'll get the Justice League in 10 years. We won't see T'Challa or an Inhuman film until 2069. If we ever see an Inhuman film. Wasn't that slated for like phase 2 or 3 at one point? Then they completely just undid it. Yeah, the Inhumans movie, like Raymond said, where is it? And I don't know if that's going to happen. B. Smith actually said, exactly, Monica
Monica is one of the strongest there is. I think they already nerfed Monica. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm worried. Jake, or Staple Block 40 said Jake Sully is supposed to be a strong blue father. Are we sure it's a Disney film? Showing positive minorities as fathers? I don't know. D Stizzle said, depending on where you start, Adam is a senior, but I can see, yeah, he is a senior, but I can see them doing something stupid like making him an older side character like Hank and Janet, or even worse, doing him like they did Black Goliath in Ant-Man 2, where you only hear about his stories or whatever, but you never see him. My mom said Avatar was packed tonight. I believe it. Like I said, we couldn't get in. We tried to get but that was our fault too. We waited to the last of the last minutes to try to get tickets. Like when I say last of the last, I mean like Monday. We tried to get tickets and it was like, yeah, nah. Raymond 2000. Well, at least me and Kellen talked about it. Let me put it that way. Me and Kellen talked about it. I looked up tickets. It just wasn't happening. Let's see. But we've talked about trying to go see it, like I said, this weekend. Edward Stewart said, we had a young Superman already. It's called Smallville. And even then, he still never wore the costume, so no thanks. Yeah. I'm not interested. I mean, I don't want to see a Superman trying to figure out Earth and figure out his powers and, figuring out how to be a good Daily Planet reporter and things like. I'm just not like still trying to woo Lois. Like, no, bro, I don't. This is the equivalent of seeing the Waynes get gunned down in Crime Alley again. I'm not interested. We've seen that story told. You're about to waste millions of dollars on budget, script, actors, directors, production, VFX effects, and everything like that to retell a story we've seen in cinema a dozen times. I'm not interested. So I'm hoping, James Gunn already said that's what they're doing, so yeah. Official EMG said Avatar Way of Water was deaf about father and son, a refreshing change, but it had a great male and female character across the board. Cameron just understands what people want. And that's why Cameron talks the shit he talks in interviews. That's why he says the things he says in interviews. I mean, I've not heard anything bad yet. I've not heard anything bad. And I'm talking about since the world premiere. Not heard anything bad. Raymond said, I was researching some DC comics, but the storyline in some of these I find hard for them to adapt. I wonder if they take the Marvel route, what villain or storyline will they build up to? And then he followed up with, and if this Superman reboot doesn't knock it out of the park, and I mean crush it, and is well received on the level of an Avengers film, that the final nail is in the coffin of what was the DC brand. Then that's the final nail in the coffin of what was the DC brand. There are some of the stories. That's the thing about DC. Some of the stories over here for DC are some great stories that they really could. It might be a little harder for them to adapt them, but they could do them. You might have to scale them down a little bit, but you still could tell some of those stories. And show people that DC is not this lackluster company that they've been showing themselves to be. The DC is not this lackluster IP at all. You've got gods over here in DC. I mean, not saying you don't have gods in Marvel, but you've got god figures in DC. You've got some amazing stories in DC with some amazing beloved heroes that you could accurately tell some great stories on screen for. So I really hope that they can adapt them and build it up to be, what we as the fans want it to be. And you got official Liam G that said, I don't think Soups is going to be that young. I think he'll be around Pattinson's age, like between 28 34. Yeah, and I hope that it's David Cornsweet, however you say his last name, dude from Hollywood. I watched Hollywood in 2020 when it dropped on Netflix. I thought, and he does. He looks like, I've seen the fan. He's my fan cast. I've seen the fan art going around with him as Kal-El. I think he'd be a great Kal-El. So I'm here for it. I think he'd be good. That's just, I have not seen too many of the others fan casts, but that's the one I would be down for. T'Challa. Stop. No. Get down. Sit down. Stop it. Let's see. Official EMG. Oh no, I read that one. Professor Film Fan said, "I hope they scrap the Titan show on HBO Max. I don't like the writing and they botched the Red Hood storyline." Oh, I didn't like the Titan show. I tried to get past like season 1 a long time ago. You know, when it first dropped and everything. I haven't watched since. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It just fell into the typical line of DC, the current DC or the old regime. I didn't like it. J. Rob said, "I need to see a Batman 10 plus years in with yes, bro, please, thank you, we get it. If I see the Waynes gunned down one more time in Crime Alley, I'm gonna lose it. I don't need to see that again. We get it." Tank, appreciate you being here, bro. He said, "What's up, everyone? Halfway to another 7-hour stream. Let's go." No 7-hour streams happened tonight. I know. I saw Raymond at the very beginning of the stream say, "Oh, we're gonna be here till dawn." No, Raymond. Work has kicked my black ass. I'll say that for sure. Staple Block 40 said, "They won't do it, but I'd like to see a Damian Wayne Robin." I would love to see a Damian Robin. I think Damian's actually one of my favorite Robins, next to Dick. But I would love to see a Damian Robin. Honestly, I like Jason Todd too a lot. But Chill said, I just hope the Superman actor signs a long-term deal." So do I. I agree. Tank said the Titans show really sucked. Yeah, I didn't like it. Raymond said, "I feel for the new Superman actor, David Cornsweet, if I'm saying his last name right, who's going to have to deal with with the toxic fans still can't get over the fact that Snyderverse is over." I mean, that's what I'm saying too. I'm a Snyder supporter. I'm a Snyder fan. I like the Snyderverse. I like the Snyder Cut and everything like that. But I can also recognize when the shit I love is not going the way that it needs to be going. I can also recognize when something might need to be rebooted and changed to fix, to course correct. And DC needs a course correction. That's anyone with eyes understands DC needs a course correction. Even if you love the Snyderverse, there were still flaws with the Snyderverse. DC needs a course correction. Raymond said, "Please don't give us another origins story for Superman and Batman. We get it already." Yeah, bro, I agree. We get it already, but that's sounds like we're not getting an origin, but it's going to be damn near close. And, like last night, we worked hard. Cornelius said, "Just heard Darius is hosting an 8-hour overnight live stream." Cornelius is a damn lie. Darius is not going to be here. Y'all are not keeping Darius till 8 in the morning this time around. Gray said, "I don't think they'll do an origin story for Superman and Batman for a while since they have been done so many times before." Yeah, I don't think they're going to do an origin. Just still with a young Superman, though. I'm like, man, why can't he be in his prime? Why can't we start with the league already established, But no, been with work and everything. We've been last night. After we got off and we finished everything at work, we had a Christmas party at this place called Heyday. I don't know if Heyday is like a universal thing or not, but we had Heyday here at this place called Heyday in Oklahoma. It's like laser tag, bowling. It's a gaming center, an arcade center. Bro, that laser tag kicked my ass. Now, on my team, I did great. Like, of course, anytime I get into simulation type war situations, I take it very serious. So, like, I did great on my team. But when I say kicked my ass, I haven't been active like that since, like, my boys, my last group of, you guys know my team, my last group of boys played. So I haven't really been active like that. That laser tag kicked my ass. My legs are so sore. Like, I can't bend down. I can't squat because I was down. I was crouched down last night with the gun. And I'm like going through, because you can't run, the whole rules at laser tag, you can't run. So I'm like crouching down, going through the obstacle course, and I'm trying to yeah, bro, it kicked my ass. I was like, damn. This lets me know I don't work out these muscles, these type of muscles at all, ever. So yeah, it was bad. Gray said, no, Cornelius said, I just got here, so you got to go another 3 hours. No. No, it ain't happening. Ain't happening. SP Flash said, 1523 said, does Blue Marvel get together with Monica in the comics at one point? Yes. Yes, they are a couple. They are a couple. J. Rob said they need to just adapt the DCAU's World's Finest to live action. Officially MG said I only watched for the actress that played Starfire anyway. What's the black chick and what's the name of the show? Is it Titans? Just Titans? The Titans? Yeah. Not a big fan of it either. But if no one else has anything that we're really going to talk about, I will be back with you guys on Monday. We're here on Monday. Next week is when I'm doing the Star Wars thing. I'm getting with everyone this weekend to verify that we can. And I'm also going to do the what's it called? The show, the game show thing that we're trying to do. I'm waiting for those books to get here. Hopefully they'll be here before Monday from Amazon. Amazon is on their holiday shit right now, so shit's not getting here quick. But I told you guys about the things I've got for the games and more giveaways and things that we're gonna do. And if you were one of the ones that won one of the giveaways on Tuesday, and I don't have your information, get that with me so Corey can get that sent out. She does have you guys gifts ready to mail off, so get with me so we can get those out to you guys. But we're going to incorporate all that, some of the new stuff next week, starting next week. For sure, the Star Wars thing, because there's some Star Wars news, D-Stizzle, and all my other Star Wars fans in here that we can talk about. There's some Star Wars news going on. I've heard, I'm not about to get into this, but I've heard, just like we heard with Obi-Wan, the Obi-Wan series, I've heard that Hayden Christensen has filmed flashback Clone Wars scenes for Ahsoka. How much I believe that, I'm not sure, because they said the same shit for the Obi-Wan series, and all it was the flashback where they didn't even de-age him from episode 2. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll wait to see what they actually do. But yeah. So like I said, I'll be back on Monday with the rest of the panel. Everybody should be here. Well, I don't know about it. I know Q, Trey, and Levon, I think, are going to be here on Monday. So it should be all of us. And we got some other topics to talk about. Topics I saved to talk about with them, to talk about with you guys and go over some of those things and things like that. Like I said, incorporating the games and stuff and things like that. So, yeah. Yeah, like Tank said, all those Ahsoka rumors super hype. Bro, no, Tank, I got to get you. You guys, I talked with you guys about, this whole... the Star Wars channel panel thing I'm trying to do. So I'm going to get with you guys this weekend too, so we can get you guys on here. Cornelius said he's going to dislike the stream if you don't go another 30 minutes. Oh my gosh. Okay. You know what I will do with you guys? I'll do 2 rounds, only 2 rounds. It may not be the equivalent of 30 minutes, but I'll do 2 rounds. 2 rounds of let you guys choose. I know what you're going to choose. You're going to choose Marvel, but Marvel Encyclopedia or DC. I'll let you guys choose. K-Pack said Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, and Ben Affleck should have stayed on, and they did a soft reboot. Wasn't feeling Pattinson's that much as Batman. I really like Ben's Batman. He's my favorite Batman. But yeah, Tank, got to get with you guys on that Star Wars stuff. You guys let me know. What do you want to do? Tank said, better yet, if we get it to like 100 likes, he stays for another hour. Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Y'all know I have my fur kids, my fur babies. One of them's just sitting here staring at me because he's like, what is going on? T'Challa won't sit still. And then you got the others. Sable Block said, good night, everyone. My kids are going to run me ragged tomorrow. I mean today. Yeah, brother, it's today. Raymond said, no one cares about DC. D-Sizzle said, 3 more hours equals 7 hours. Yeah. That can't happen. Oh, okay. Gray says DC. Raymond says Marvel. We need a tiebreaker. What do you guys want? I'm being held hostage, so what do you want? I'm here. Gray said too many people got the Marvel Encyclopedia. Gray, I believe you. I believe people have the Marvel Encyclopedia at home. T'Challa, stop, bro. Stop. Cornelius said, you mentioned Ripperverse a few streams ago. Has anyone read? Is that his comic? I haven't. I've not read it. Professor Film said, time flies when you're having fun. You know, on one of these other Friday nights, Tank said DC. That's 2 DC, Raymond. Looks like you... I'm not seeing anybody else, so it looks like you might be outnumbered. But on one of these streams with everyone, when I have other people here, we'll do another 7-hour stream with you guys. Let's see. Grab this DC one. Okay. Looks like it was outnumbered. And here we are. Yes, a watch party or something like that. Yeah. Actually, you know what I had planned to do? I had planned to do call-ins today, but I got going and completely forgot. I was going to have people that, like, if you're in the Discord, you can call through. If anybody wanted to call in and say anything, you could have called in, said your piece on anything, and, you know, anything you want to get off your chest. That can happen too. If anybody wants to do that, that doesn't have to. You can call in, get some things off your chest, say some things. If you just want to call and say what's up, you can do that too. But you got to be in the Discord to do it. Raymond said this is rigged. Half of the chat can't name Batman's 5 different baby mamas. Raymond, people do like DC. Let's see. All right, chat. Looks like it's DC. So, I'm going to just start with the first one. This says, no one's going to get this. T'Challa, bro. Get down. It says, powers can alter his body to change his appearance, increase in size, or even turn into, no, I'm not saying that part, allies, superhero, or Superman, Scandal Savage, Ragdoll, enemies, the Riddler, Mockingbird, League of Assassins, Affiliation, Secret Six, and Justice League. Weight 178, eyes blue, hair red, base in New York. His first appearance was in Flash, volume number 1. Who is this character? All my DC aficionados. Raymond? Do you know? Not Barry Allen. Not Barry. No, Tank said, was that the first trivia question? See, Jeezy and Gray got it. Elongated Man. Elongated Man is who it was. Raymond said, no, I don't know, Darius.
Oh, that shit's funny. Okay, I'm gonna do another one here. This one is debut Detective Comics Volume Number 1. Base Gotham City, eyes blue, hair blonde. I really don't know if I can say his power. It says armor, enabling flight, explosives, and man. Okay, his enemies, I know that doesn't help. His enemies are Nightwing and Batgirl. I'll say this. Well, no. Yeah, his enemies are Nightwing and Batgirl. Come on. I know that's like vague, but I can give a hint, I guess. He was, that's going to give it away if I say that. It's going to give it away. This character was supposed to be in the Batgirl movie, canceled movie. But I mean, that really just kind of does not help. Yes, Professor Film Fan got it. It's Firefly. Okay. This one is height 6'3", weight 215, eyes blue, hair black, abilities. He has all of the... can't say that. Super strength, speed, flight, and vulnerability and enhanced senses. Possesses a keen strategic intellect. Highly skilled in martial arts and military tactics. Enemies: Superman, Supergirl, Justice League, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Affiliations: Revenge Squad, Superman Revenge Squad, Suicide Squad, Phantom Zone Criminals. That part might have given it away. Raymond said, now who the hell has heard of Firefly? Jill got it. That's right. It is Zod. General Zod. You got that one right. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Height 6'6", weight 600 pounds, eyes gray, hair black. First appearance was in Flash #1. Powers: violent and very strong, can control others with his mind. Genius level intellect, possesses... can't say that. No, can't say it. Affiliate allies are the Crime Syndicate, the Negative Flash, Multiplex, Poison Ivy. Enemies are the Flash. Damage. Affiliation is League of Doom and Legion of Zoom. Gray got it right off. It's Gorilla Grodd. Correct. Okay, let's do this one on the next page here. Powers: has superior strength, ability, stamina, and mental capabilities. Canny tactician, accomplished warrior. Can't say that last part. I really can't say the characters. It's a female. Really can't say her allies either, or enemies either, but Mr. Miracle is one of her enemies. Debut was in Mr. Miracle Volume Number 1. Height 5'10", weight 256, eyes blue, hair white. No, not Batgirl. See, Jeezy got it. It's a granny. Granny goodness. Let's see. They did all that but didn't give. So I'm looking here at all the lanterns, and they've got on the first
one here, obviously it's Hal. You've got Hal first. And then after Hal, you've got Kyle. Then after Kyle, unless I skip John, they hoed John, because I don't see John. Yeah, I don't see John. I saw Guy. What the fuck? No John? Okay. Comet Chameleon, I just got your message on Discord. Good night, mother. Let's see. Oh, my little felines are getting annoying. I'm gonna mute this really quick because I don't want you guys to hear me yell. Okay. Let's see. All right, here's a good one. Telekinetic control over... Telekinetic control, enhanced strength and stamina, highly trained warrior, natural leader. Affiliation with the League. Enemies... Dead King. I'm only saying that one. Height 5'9", weight 160, eyes blue, hair red. That's it. Yeah, John is the most interesting of them, like Tank said. Not Wally. But no, I did not see him in here. Maybe he's in the J's. No, I'm already past the J's. No, not Guy, not Dead Man. No, he's just not in here. I'm in the K's now. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to go through this. No, not Jason Todd. Not Martian Manhunter, not Bart. Let me see, did I not? No, okay, well, I really don't want to say that part because it'll give it away. Another enemy is Black Manta. Another enemy is Ocean Master. Not Aquaman. Yes, CGZ got it. It's Mira. We've got another one here. This one should be fun, but kind of easy, probably. Unpredictable actions and fighting techniques. Natural, charismatic leader and brilliant strategist. Agile and relentless fighter. Genius. Can't say that. Weapons including a variety of deadly devices, as well as a deadly toxin, enemies. Why do they have her as one of his enemies? I don't really know if I could say any of these because I had to give them all away. That's funny. He has affiliation with the Red Hood Gang and Legion of Doom. Height 6'1", weight 160. That's all I can say. Did I say blonde? I thought I said red hair. I'm going to see how many names come in. We got Cyborg, Jason Todd, Joker. It is the Joker. It's Joker. That's a good one, Gray. Good one, good one. Where's Cornelius? Why is he not playing? Wasn't this... Where's he at? Let's see. Dang, try to find a good one. Alright, we'll do this one and then one more. Yes, Brian Fisher, as always, hashtag recast T'Challa. This one is height 5'11", weight 158, hair blonde, eyes blue, vast knowledge of... man, that's tough. I mean, that's... If I say any of that, I mean, okay. Vast knowledge of arcane rituals. I mean... That might give it away. Picture's dope. J-Rob got it. Constantine. It is John Constantine. Alright, last one. Let's try to find a toughie. A tough one. That's a dope picture of Captain Atom. Yeah, that's dope. Let's see. A tough one, a tough one. Okay, let's do... Ashra said, how is the movie Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves, good or not? From my understanding, it's still happening. And, well, that was also before the announcement of the reboot that I heard that it was still on. So, since the reboot, I've not heard anything about it. I'd say, though, anything outside of their 10-year and whatever Matt Reeves is doing with his Batman, I don't know. I'd say probably not. Which is kind of disappointing. Because from my understanding, I thought that was going to be rated R too. Brian said, who will be the new Superman, you think? I don't know. If they do, I want it to be David Cornsweet, or however you say his last name. The fan art that's been going around is him. I think he looks great as Soups Kal-El. I think he'd be a great Kal-El. But there's also the whole rumor of, are they still doing the Black Superman? Is that, which I highly doubt. I don't doubt they're still doing the Black Superman. I doubt that this Black Superman is going to be their main Superman. You really want to piss off people. I'm here for it, but you really want to piss off people. That's what it'd be. But I'm not sure. I have my fan pick, of course. Like I said, David Cornsweet. Again, I don't think I'm saying his last name right. But I think he'd be great. Let's see. Ashra said there's already a Constantine from the past. The old one. The old one he was, with Keanu. Yeah, that one's good. Raymond said they were going to do a Constantine movie. If the show didn't work, why bother? I forget he's positive. Shut up. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for a new Constantine movie. J. Rob said, I'm tired of grounded Batman. Matt Reeves can be one and done, and I'd be fine with that. Honestly, I'd be okay with it too. I've only seen the film, I think twice. Tank said it was pretty good. It was a pretty good movie, but it had one of the best screen Lucifers ever. Yeah. Gray said, I think he's already cast whoever it is. Constantine. Or Superman. Oh, you think so? Who do you think it is? Raymond said, oh, make Superman black, then we have a show. Boy, these next few months are going to be fun. Yeah, there is that going on. Cornelia says, so is Black Superman going to be Kal-El, Earth 23, or Val-Zod 2? From what I've heard, I think it's Val-Zod. I don't think it's Kal-El. I think Kal-El is still going to be white, but I think they're still going forward with Black Superman and Val-Zod. From what I've seen and kind of heard, at least when I say heard, I've heard within, as of like the past 48 hours, I've seen some things coming out about Val-Zod and them still wanting to go on with the whole Black Superman deal. So it's possible. Yeah, Brian said, I heard a rumor of Michael B. Jordan being the Black Superman. That was rumored a while back, too, when they first announced the whole Black Superman deal with J.J. Abrams, that it was supposed to be Michael B. Jordan coming in, helming that. That's still a big possibility, too, that may be something they do. Yeah, Gray, that's who I think, too. That's who I want. Raymond said, for the guys who are anime lovers, they're making the Naruto announcement. I want to know who they'll get to be Batman. Well, James Gunn debunked that real quick, where I thought you guys were all going to be right. I was like, oh, well, hell, my audience called that, because you guys were saying that. I think they're just going to adapt Pattinson as the Batman for that universe, for the new DC universe. But then James Gunn came out and debunked that hella quick. So I don't know with that either. I'm not sure. Is that an... let me see on that one. Gray. Let me see. You're talking about for Batman, Gray? Yeah, he's going to have to hit weights for sure. Oh, Nicholas Holt, or however you say his last name, you guys know me, as the dude that played Beast in the Fox universe. You saying him as Batman? Yeah, I see. You said yeah. Interesting. I'm not against it. Is there fan art of him as Batman? Oh, there's like some shitty ones. Yeah, I'm not against that one. I'm actually looking at some of the ones where he's like dressed up on the red carpet, like Bruce Wayne type vibes. I'm not against it. He doesn't look bad.
Was he rumored at one point to have been Batman before? Because I'm seeing some older shit. Yeah, I agree with Brian. Ben Affleck was my favorite Batman so far. Yeah, he does make sense, Cornelius. I'm looking at the pictures and things of him. Tank said, logging off for the night. Have a good night, everyone. 3 more hours. No, Tank, but we'll see you, brother. Appreciate you being here. Yes, Raymond said, is Timothy Chalamet too young? Too young and too skinny. Even though I am a big Timothy Chalamet fan. Too young, too skinny. But I do want him in a superhero role. I've said that. Keith Powers as Val Zod. Honestly, I'm on board more with that than I am with Michael B. Jordan. It's not that I think Michael B. Jordan's a great actor. I've just seen so much of Michael B. Jordan. I'm with the Keith Powers, though. Let's see. Okay, he was in the running for Matt Reeves' Batman, Grace said. Raymond said, then he could be a great Robin. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I would love to see. Yeah, he could. Well, yeah, you're right. He could be a good Robin or something like that. I think Timothy Chalamet is a good actor, so I think he'd be good. I wanted him as Wiccan until they casted Joe Locke as Wiccan, and I was like, okay, I'll accept that one too. But I wanted him as Wiccan. That's why I was hesitating, J. Rob. That's why I was hesitating, because I was thinking to myself, he's still gonna have to put on some weight though, to even be one of those roles. Especially if we're gonna do a Nightwing Dick Grayson role, he's gonna have to put on some more weight. Raymond said, since Superman is gonna be younger, John Hamm is too old to play Batman. Then, yeah, he's a little small. Timothy's a little small. Have you guys seen him in the Bones and All trailer? He is super small in that. Super small in the Bones and All trailer. Which is a very weird thing. The whole eating people, that's a... Grace said Keith Powers is Jeffrey Pierce. Are we sure on that one, though? As Black Lightning? Maybe. I feel like Black Lightning needs to be a little darker shade than Keith. But maybe that doesn't matter. Raymond said, the guy who played Homelander's dad in The Boys, he'd be a great Batman. I'm trying to remember who played Homelander's dad. Don't remember who played his father. Cornelia said people are going to think Keith Powers is Jordan Calloway. J. Rob said Jensen Ackles from Supernatural. Jensen as who, though? Jordan Calloway played in... What's that movie? It's kind of newer, the horror film where... Maybe I'm getting him mixed up with someone. There's a Drumline reboot from 2014. I bet that shit is hot ass.
Countdown. That's it, from 2019. They redid Drumline. The fuck? Omega 095 said Aman Asadi as young Superman. He got cast as Ezra Bridger in Ahsoka. Yeah, he did, but as Superman, as Kal-El? I don't know if I could see him as Kal-El. I see him as Ezra. It took some time. And the only reason I say it took some time is because my mind was so focused on, what's brother's name? Why am I blanking on his name now? My mind was banking on, Mina. Yes, Mina. My mind was on Mina to be Ezra, so I was like, I'll take him on though, especially after I saw some pictures of him. I was like, he could be Ezra. He does look like him. So does Mina. Oh yeah. Jensen Ackles, Soldier Boy was Homelander's dad. That's right. I forget. I'm sorry. That's right. It's late. Raymond 2000 said Lily Collins could be a good Wonder Woman. Jack Quaid could be a good Barry Allen. J. Rob said Jensen would be a better Guy Gardner. Mega Zero said Zac Efron or Ty Simpkins for Dick Grayson Nightwing. Jensen Ackles as Hyperion. Yeah, I could see Jensen Ackles for Hyperion. Justin Hartley could be a great Aquaman. I don't know if I'd want to see Jack Quaid as Barry. Is there a good Barry? Who did he play in Hunger Games? I know he was in the new Scream. Oh, he's 30. Brian said he likes Barry from the TV show. You're talking about, damn, it's late, though. There I go with names again. What's his fucking name? I know his name. Grant. Gustin. Yeah, Gustin. You like Gustin. Yeah, I like him, too. I like him too. Yeah, Omega said, sad we don't get to see T'Challa react or interact with or Spider-Man. Yeah. And then we've got Cornelius has said, who would you cast as Dubia? They got to be big. That's a tough one. Man, I'm trying to think of some sisters in the industry that could fit that role. Raymond 2000 said, or Romeo Flynn as Cyborg. J. Rob said, I don't want to see Barry unless it's setting up Wally. Yeah, I don't want to see Wally too. Brian Fisher said Iris West from the TV show 2. Who did you say, Raymond? Let me see. How tall is this sister? they've got to be. It's got to be somebody Amazon like. I mean, obviously you can do like the effects and make them taller, but this girl is 5'3". Cornelia said, honestly, no idea. Without a pics. Yeah, she's got to be tall. This girl from like Ride Along. Damn, they're doing a Ride Along 3? Was Ride Along 2 that good? I don't think so. She's from a Medea's Christmas. She hasn't really played in a lot, has she? She's done Tyler Perry shit. I know she's in like, isn't she like in the haves and the have-nots? Where's her TV show overview? Yeah, because see, there's Medea's Christmas. She was in Sparkle. She was in Acrimony. Get on that. Oh, she was in Stomp the Yard. Let's see. Yeah, she was in the haves and the have-nots. Yeah, not that it was a big show, but it did have a little kind of small little following. Brian said, that's what I love about Avengers Assemble, Black Panther Quest. T'Challa interacts with every Avenger and Marvel villains. Something we won't see on the big screen. Yeah, we were talking about that one too. Yeah, Tika is gorgeous. She is. She's really pretty. That's where I remember her from, the haves and the have-nots. Omega095 said, are they still keeping Ben Affleck as Batman or James recast entire Justice League for the new universe? For what we know, they met with Ben Affleck to direct a film, not to star as Batman. I believe he's not going to be Batman either, but he's going to direct a upcoming film of theirs. Yeah, she was in Sonic and the Hedgehog. I saw that too. Silver Wishes said that. Grace said Ella. Let me see who she is. Is she dark enough? Let's see. Marvelous D said, are you going to see God of War when it comes out? Yeah, bro. We're talking about that on Monday. We talked about it a while back when it was first rumored, but we're going to talk about it on Monday since it's now officially greenlit, and we're going to speculate on who could they get to play Kratos and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, we're definitely going to get into it. Got some things to discuss about it. Y'all trying to use Brian for the connections. Connections to Jada. Or Jade. But yeah. But anyway, guys. That is, I would love to hang, but definitely I've got to get going. I've got to get in the bed. I have lots to do tomorrow. But, appreciate all you guys being here. Again, appreciate all the super chats. Appreciate everybody hanging in the chat, everything that you guys have been saying. Like I said, I always love hanging out with you guys. I love this community. Thank you guys for helping me build this community. Thank you guys for being here. So, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back Monday. We'll be back Monday, and we'll be discussing some more topics with you guys then. So, I hope to see you all there. I hope to see some of you guys. You can catch me on line
on Twitter. Talk to me there. Anything you guys want to talk about? But like I said, dang it, I thought I changed that. Appreciate all you guys being here. I'll be back on Monday. Like, subscribe. To everybody that's been here, you know your names. You guys are always, like I said, so appreciated. So like, subscribe, share this with your friends. And I will see you guys in the next video. Thank you. Love you guys. Bottom of my heart. Means the most. Peace out.